Welcome to the Locked Fights analysis video for Subspace Emissary speedruns. First of all, thank you for clicking on this video. Hopefully I will be able to teach you all that I know from my 5+ years of running this game into what many people often overlook, which are the locked fights and what goes into them. So I will be discussing what a locked fight is, the different versions of them, and what I will be discussing and analyzing overall. So first and foremost, a locked fight, also known as an ambush, which in this document I do have the link to the wiki that deeply explains it better than I have written on the document if you want to pause, or as well look in the description or the pinned comment for this page. I will also have this document linked just in case, even though it's probably not as useful as just watching the video and skipping around in parts. But a locked fight occurs when you enter a fight that contains a box trigger to activate. So they were put in place by the developers so that you just don't go through and blast through a level without fighting anything of significance. So just pretty common practice in kind of adventure single player modes, this type of stuff. So these are determined from the screen flashing a purple color with a sound that freezes the camera and spawns enemies upon entering. And with this frozen camera, there's a predetermined range within this box that the camera can only go so far, and that is pretty much what determines a locked fight. And the camera between you and the enemies, pretty much the bare center, is dependent on your player or character and the furthest enemy that is currently spawned into the fight. So that is a locked fight. So there can be another version of these locked fights that can speed up some of the fights given the right methods and moves and other stuff to make them go faster. So these fights can be manipulated with the pause glitch. So what the pause glitch is a glitch that was founded, I believe, in 2018 by Desh, a really old school runner of Subspace, both in PM and in Vanilla Brawl. The pause glitch enables the player to unlock the camera that is initially frozen when entering a fight trigger. But the caveat is that the blast zones that spawn with that locked fight remain, so you can't just pause and unpause and then just fly through as if it wasn't there. No, you have to actually perform different methods of defeating all the enemies within the fight, or even some, which I will explain why only some. So utilizing this pause glitch, the methods for manipulating enemies can go as far as just being able to see enemies better, and also you can self-destruct enemies without having to even attack them. And this works by the essentially, since you're unlocking the locked fight camera, the camera just goes back to the player's camera. So anything that is outside of that player's range, it will just, the enemies will start disappearing, and then if there's more that spawn in that area, they'll start to disappear as well. And you'll see that in many fights that I will be going over right now. So yeah, there are plenty of these pause glitch fights that do save time, but outside of world record potential, I wouldn't really recommend them, especially ones that don't save at least more than 5 seconds. And I have here except one. I'll show the one that I probably will recommend people go for. That is saves less than 5 seconds, just because it's a very, very simple one. But yeah, so pause glitch fights require specific different moves than you would probably normally expect. Very different timings, so you would see a bunch of killing enemies on a certain side of that battlefield from that locked fight, and then just ignoring the other half. And just the general understanding of how to complete the fights faster without the normal frozen camera. So hopefully this will garner some interest for some people to kind of push themselves for trying this technique, but I still wouldn't really recommend it outside of sub 2 level, I guess. All right. So what I will be showcasing, analyzing in this video will be every fight that is currently not skippable in any percent or 100%. There are a couple of these that are skippable in NG+, but this is NG+ is solely irrelevant in this case. And there will also be a very few exceptions to this rule of a locked fight. Those being the 5 horde fights within the mode. They are technically locked fights, but they don't count as what a locked fight is, but they do behave the same. And then there will be some things such as the non-PAL exclusives, which are solely in the Wilds 2. So I'll be showcasing the fights that are skipped normally on PAL, but I will show them in an NTSC format in case anyone watching this does not have PAL in order to skip them. So I am not doing every single fight for many reasons, mainly because I kind of want to encourage people to actually try out the fight skips. Once you learn how to glide with Pit and Meta Knight, and then do the other skips with the few other characters there are, like Yoshi if you are on PAL for Wilds 2, and Lucas. It's really not all that terrible. There are only a couple of fight skips that could be a little annoying to get used to, but it's really just simple. Just learn how to glide, and you'll be saving a bunch of time. So I figure uh, it's not worth my time to really go over every fight that even that is skippable. And also, since I started running the game in early 2017, shortly after I started, me and Ducky, we both started adding fight skips to the run. So even back in 2017, plenty of fights that aren't or that were skippable just were never really super optimized. So and there's since we skip over them, there's just no point in trying to optimize them. I mean, it could help for people that refuse to learn the fight skips, but I just strongly recommend it. The document that you likely clicked on this video has a very nice gliding tutorial in order to help. And if anyone has any questions about it, it's easy to ask in the Discord or a forum thread on the speedrun page. Alright, so I don't know how long this video is gonna be, if it's gonna be an hour and a half, maybe even 4 hours. I will try my best to give a very deep analysis throughout each fight that I have linked in this document. And I will go over what optimal attacks and when to do them and where to do them in fights, pretty much. So yeah, and I will mention that there will be timestamps within this video so that you can skip to whatever level it is that you want to learn a specific fight for, and you can just kind of skip ahead if you wish to learn from one specific level. So yeah, so the way I'm gonna go through each of the fights that I will be showing and analyzing, they will be in order of the level's progression. So I will be going over fight 1, fight 2, fight 3, and then so on and so on if there's more than that. And I will also be combining some of these from one certain individual level run or GIF just for convenience sake. I have handpicked videos and record IOs that just make it a lot easier for me to explain what's going on. Some of them aren't even the current record individual level or the best fight in any format. I just found them just much easier to explain what's going on. So, yep. So with the pause glitch as well, the fights that save time with the pause glitch, I will go from the no pause glitch version of that fight into the pause glitch version, so it's more convenient rather than going through everything without the pause glitch and then going back to the beginning of the level with the pause glitch strats. So everything will just be in chronological order. All right, so hopefully that introduction wasn't too long. So here we have all of the non-skippable fights currently. There is, I believe, one that I have left out that is skippable. It's just insanely impractical to do in a real run. I wouldn't even dare try it. And then there's also the 5 horde fights, as well as you can see the NTSC fights for Wilds 2. And then also another exception is if you decide not to go for the janky auto-scroller skip in the Battlefield Fortress, the ending auto-scroller fight, I have that in here as well. Alright, so as you see, everything chronological order by fight. So no pause glitch fights. If there is a pause glitch counter version, I will go over the no pause glitch version first, and then go into the pause glitch version. And I have the time save for the approximate time save for each pause glitch version of a fight where pause glitch does save time. And the ones like I had at the top of the document, anything that is over 5 seconds, I probably would recommend going for. I will teach you visual cues that I have in order to get these in real runs. Alright, so we're going to start off with the horde fight in Midair Stadium. So here we have the first quote-unquote locked fight. This may just be, this is just technically an exception, but it is a fight you can't avoid. So right here, we obviously pick Kirby because Kirby is the fastest loader, especially of the bunch. Kirby in Subspace loads insanely fast, generally. So you want to pick Kirby here, and the fastest way to pick Kirby from this cutscene actually isn't tapping right all the way. There are some things in Subspace with character screen selections where you can take shortcuts in order to avoid extra menuing to the optimal character. In this case, we have Kirby all the way to the right, and we're going to start in with our cursor at Mario. But instead of tapping right 3 times, tap down once, and we just shortcut all the way to Kirby. So there's a very few couple times where this is done. Maybe like 5 or 6 times. It's really not that much. I think almost all of them are in like the first half of Subspace. If they come up during one of these videos, I'll mention it. But here we have Kirby first, because Kirby loads in fast and is a very optimal character for fights because of his moveset. So right here, I start off with holding right, so you can just buffer runs with any characters out of a cutscene just by holding that direction. Same thing as just buffering any other move, like a jump or down B. Anything like that, you can just buffer through a cutscene by just holding that button or direction in. So I spawn in with a buffered right direction, and then I instantly shield. This is a technique called shield stopping in this game, where I can stop my forward momentum in order to gain traction back real quick, or avoid extra traction in order to input a move right after. So instead of just letting go the stick, shield stopping is quite optimal. So right here, I shield stop, and then I forward smash. So hopefully, if everything goes right, the pyramids will run right into you, and you can just forward smash. If not, usually you get one of them with the forward smash, or at least two. But then if they don't, then you can easily just run up to one, or the last one, or if there's two that are still alive, and you can just back air them off to the right. So it's pretty common sense that the closest blast zone to the enemies is where you want to send them. But there's also another technique that will shortly show up that actually is faster than sending them to the furthest blast zone. But for the first part here is just shield stop into F smash usually. And then right here, a pyramid will just spawn really quickly, so you just back air them away. And then these two normally would spawn. And then back air the one that spawns to the right into the left one. And what this is called when a enemy is sent flying is called a careen. It's when you send an enemy careening into a direction, and in this case careening to the other pyramid, which deals damage to that pyramid. And most of the time, if you hit an enemy into another, they won't be killed. You have to usually do it like twice. So in that case, the other one that is spawned to the right, I can go back to it, move further to the right again in order to back air the furthest right or closest to Kirby, and that will normally hit into this left pyramid spawning. And then here's where the magic happens. So by back airing this pyramid, it's careening into both of these pyramids. They kind of just mashed up together, and instead of just back airing them each individually into the closest back blast zone, which would be the left, just killed all three of them at once super quickly to spawn in more enemies. And that is a strategy that you will see be done in these various IO record fights and GIFs and clips and whatever else is linked in this document. So the best move, as you've seen, just for clearing the whole first row of pyramids, is back airing them into each other. And then when the specs come out, you want to up air them. And sometimes you may be able to get 2 in 1 like I almost did there, but I just had a mistiming kind of. But still just want to up air all the specs. So yeah. So some parts of some of these fights that I'll be analyzing aren't that great in detail, because it's just basically do one thing. Like right there was up air specs. So yeah, there won't be a huge amount of detail needed into these. I will just go as needed in terms of analyzing and commenting on how to do these fights properly. So we're gonna F smash another pyramid, doesn't matter like if it's these two or whatever, into this spec, and that just kills them both and spawns more. But normally after the specs, I want to roll left towards these boomerang pyramids. That normally leads the pyramids that spawn at the right to come forward. They'll run at me, which just reduces time needing to get to them and kill them. So just roll past those boomerang pyramids just so that I can get these guys running towards me and then just F-smashing them to death. If I was lucky enough with the timing, if I actually did a really early F-smash, I could F-strong hit the first pyramid here, and then weak hit with the F-smash the second pyramid here, and that would cause the first pyramid, because the end lag, or the hit lag from the strong hit, it would delay a tiny bit, and then cream into the second pyramid and kill them both. So there's kind of like situations like that where it's kind of like optimal for a weak hit for one enemy just in order to get them both sent into each other. Well, in this case, just not early enough. So here, even though this was a lucky spawn, because a bomb is pretty decent in this fight especially, I stick always to the left side. I always stick nearly a bit to the right of these lines, just to the right of this spawning pyramid in this last wave. And that is because normally this left pyramid will be running towards me, and so I can just F-smash to the left and get both of them. And then, just like the previous wave, I will be running to the left in order to get these guys to the right to run towards me, but that bomb obviously very much benefited me in this case. And then these guys will be spawning a boomerang pyramid and then a sword pyramid. So right here, if I wanted him to run towards me, I'd go further left, like with a roll or something. But there's some strats where the back end of a hitbox can still hit an enemy from behind. And in that case, I I spaced it right so that my strong F smash would actually kill this pyramid while it also reached the sword pyramid here. One thing I should probably mention is that since most of this is coming from IO records, and whenever I achieve them, I normally just raw Elgato record them, and because I'm playing on a Wii, the quality is not that great. It's just generic 2008 quality. So I do apologize for that if it maybe might be a bit difficult to see. But yeah, that's kind of how this is going to end up. I do have the recording quality at high, so hopefully that kind of counters it a little bit. But yeah, so this F smash, you could do it like this if you want, or just go from the left. And then normally these sword pyramids will run towards me. And then just like the same situation from ending the previous round, if I could F smash slightly earlier, that would be ideal, but it's fine. And so that ends the word fight. And after this is PD. And I'm not going to be going over boss fights, though they are technically locked fights. They are normally just do one or two moves for the whole fight. So I don't find much purpose to really go over them. Because that is practically what they are. Okay. Alright, and that was Midair. Skyworld has two fights here. So, spawning in as Pit. The timing here is crucial. So, unlike the previous fight where I buffered a direction to immediately start running as I spawn in, for this I don't, and that is for a specific reason. That is for one of these two right pyramids of this fight, because if I buffered, they would, I'm almost certain, I haven't done this since I figured out this fight strat ages ago, but I'm sure if you just hold right, one of the two will attack immediately, if not slightly delayed. So that is why I am delaying my input. And this is kind of like a feel kind of thing. I don't move until half a second has passed, and then I move right. So if there's any kind of visual cue to help here, maybe when the get ready lettering is fully on display, but it's really just a feel thing. Maybe when the right pyramid lands and a little bit before. It's always been a feel thing for me. It's not that hard to understand. Just a slight delay without holding anything when spawning in. So then this part is important, otherwise you will actually still get hit. So from going right and running off the cloud platform, immediately hold down the fast fall. Otherwise, this right pyramid, I'm almost certain, always hits you. He should probably still be able to see him try to attack me, but you have to do something else in order to make this quick. And then turn around. So pretty much the inputs that I do is just neutral for that half second of spawning in, then going right, and then down right in order to buffer that fast fall into down left slightly, so that you face the left. And facing the left here is important with Pit, because when you do his down smash, his back hit of down smash sends at a more diagonal angle, whereas his forward facing part of down smash sends at a perpendicular angle horizontally. So this pyramid will get hit into this pyramid, and this is just a bunch of careening enemies into each other for the first part of this. And hopefully you're clicking on this and expecting all the fights to be on easy, because that is the most common difficulty that people run on. Not, then I don't know what to tell you. Just good luck then. It's intense fights. There will never be anything too optimal about them. But since it's on easy difficulty, just one-shots everything with these with the strong hits of smash attacks. And then almost always, I'm pretty sure always, the pyramid that spawned on the cloud will fall down, and then you can just down smash it into this pyramid that's already damaged in order to kill them together. And then just another one, because another one spawns to the right, and two double big mushrooms. How lucky is that? So then you're left with these final two. So this can go two different ways. Ideally, you want this left pyramid to run towards you. That way you can get a double kill here. But if not, then normally what I do is I kill this pyramid with that forward air that I'm anticipating the double kill. But if not, I just land here and do a F tilt real quick, and that will just kill them as well. But if you're lucky, in this case, you just get the F smash off. So just a recap. For the more complicated ones, I'm probably just going to end up recapping. So just wait half a second and then fast fall and face left in between these two pyramids. Down smash. And then another down smash, because this pyramid, I'm very certain, always will fall down. And then another down smash with 3 down smashes in a row. And then hopefully good RNG for this pyramid to run towards you, where you can just do a forward air and get that double kill. If not, just land around here and F tilt. Alright. So the second fight in this level comes by super quickly. Normally I'm expecting to be gliding into this fight. If not, then what I'm about to do is we'll do the same thing, because we're going to cancel the glide. So I jump early into activating the fight. That is because there's going to be a creep falling from the sky, and obviously you want to kill it as quick as possible. So we want to get to the hitbox as quick as possible, which is its head. So I do a double jump and I fair right around here. So around this is its range of hitbox and on easy difficulty it takes 2. So I do double forward air here in order to send him to the right, because that is the closest blast zone. An old strat we used to do is forward air, back air, because it was probably more convenient with the air drift, but that actually sent him at a backwards diagonal angle, which is a lot worse. So double forward air is ideal. Then you just run into the door. Pretty much. Just double forward air around the head area, since that's where their hitbox is. So there is a third fight in this, but it is skippable, and so I will not be going over it because it is skippable, and there was just no optimal strategy made for it before fight skips were added to the run. So I wouldn't be doing anyone that's avoiding to do gliding and fight skips any justice. So just please, I beg you, the fight skips are not that hard to learn. Once you get the hang of how to glide with Pit and Meta Knight, you'll save so much time. Alright, so now on to Sea of Cloud, which has 3 fights that happen simultaneously towards the end. So after going in the after being on the outside of the battleship, the Halberd battleship, we go into a cloud area, just pass everything with movement, and then here with Sheik, we fall off this ledge, and then before, and like probably in line with this. So I'm not only gonna teach you how to do these fights, I'm gonna teach you how to position yourself before starting a fight, because that is important for some of these. So yeah, so that is why I have timestamps sort of before the fight happens, because some of these are important, especially in this case. So I fast fall in line with this cloud platform into a double jump, and then a down air into the fight, which goes into this portal, which strong hits it. And actually the positioning is kind of important here when you do the down air. If you do it a little bit later than I did, you won't have really any problems, though it is obviously slower. If you do it a bit earlier, that's a problem because it might spawn out kicking here. So the ideal thing to do here is just get a feeling for the down air. So in order to not get kicked in the face by this spawning Kung Fu Might spawning out of the portal, I instantly input a left direction, which will make me run, and then a back air as I'm falling off the ledge here in order to kill the portal, which takes 2 strong hits normally. So that just kills a portal, and if I was quicker, I would be able to kill this Might at the same time, which if I was slightly earlier in the down air, that would normally be the case. But if you do exactly what I did and you're slightly a bit slower with the back air, the Might will automatically hit you anyway. It's not really much of a time loss actually because of the damage boost, but it's just a little thing there that happens. So it's just down air into back air pretty much for that fight. And then going into the next fight, practically the same thing. But here I spawn the fight first in order to because if I actually waited, I think the pyramids will automatically hit you. I don't know, but it's the same thing. Just double jumping and then down air onto the portal. And then right here, I do a left direction just in order to be able to get a good hit on this Glunder enemy here. And also kill the portal as well, and hopefully killing all the mites that come from it. And right here, falling off the platform, I input a bear and do it late enough for a strong hit. And that just kills the Glunder. Normally there might be another mite or two down here. So that's why it normally dies right then and there. And then jumping up and ferrying this platform Glunder will send it flying. And normally, if you kill it at the right time and its positioning is good enough, it will bounce into the final Glunder here, which is very convenient. And at the same time, after doing that, back airing this leftwards Glunder, and then the fight is over. If this platform Glunder doesn't bounce back and hit that final right Glunder, then the optimal choice would be just to dash attack it, pretty much. So now just going past the boulder here to get to the final fight, which is a creep. Nice little damage boost. So this is kind of like an odd specific earlier than you'd think timing for this one-shot kill. The strat here used to be a fair into nair, which nair doesn't send horizontally. It's also kind of like a weird angle. It's not exactly diagonal as well. But this strat is maybe not as optimal in the angle, but in terms of it killing faster, it is, because it's a one-shot kill. So right here, instead of doing that old fair nair strat, right here is like an earlier than you'd expect timed up smash, and that just allows the 2 hits of Cheek's up smash to actually hit the hitbox of the Greep, and that just one-shot kills it. That will be used in a later stage, same exact situation. But here, it's like an awkward timing to get used to. Just like some of these weird timings for me, I've always done it by feeling. I rarely do miss it because it is kind of like do it as earlier than you'd expect. But if there is any visual cue, then maybe input an up smash where this little divot in this pathway rises up here. Could also go by the fencing post here where it meets just before the Greep. And you just want the hit to be kind of like just before the Greep, because the first hit of up smash actually raises up the enemy that gets caught in between the attack. So that's why the second hit wouldn't normally work if you're any later than this. So for this, it just keeps it in place for both strong hits, and then just kills it, and just run into the door. So just remember this little divot here, or this fence post, as a visual cue. If you're not entirely comfortable with it, then you can just resort to fair into dare strat, or fair into nair strat that we used to do. If you are a bit late and get only that one up smash hit and it doesn't kill, then you can just fair it after it falls down, because it will pop up. So yeah, it's one of the few couple that have a kind of awkward timing that you just have to get a feel for, probably. So yeah, those are the 3 fights for Sea of Clouds. Now we get into the territory of pause glitch, actually saving time in some fights. So anything, like I've said, that is under 5 seconds, outside of one that I will show later on, I just wouldn't really recommend. It's just not worth the time attempting, because when you do pause the game, you are losing time, but it doesn't take that much effort to attempt to pause. But then again, getting it is a whole nother story, because you're playing on a 60 FPS game and doing a 1 frame trick. So yeah, I've never hit more than maybe 4 of these dozen and a half in a run before. It's just very hard to get a frame perfect trick, because most of them, uh, if not all, are just relying on visual cues as well, which kind of like are a bit awkward to really seek out visual cues based on the backgrounds and whatnot. So jungle. Here we have fight 1 without the pause glitch, which I'd recommend. So this fight got some slight renovation. Just normally by this trackball here, we would, back in the day, we would stay and just use it and kill everything, but there's been some slight tweaking to the strat. So you kind of can do the same thing here with Diddy, because it's kind of thought that without pause glitch, Diddy and DK are kind of equal in this level, and I'm sure that still stays the same. But I'd still recommend DK. Just a bigger body for these enemies. Right here, entering this fight, just do what is called a reverse aerial rush, which is a RAR, where you drastically go from one direction to the other, and then just within short frames after you do a jump, and that just keeps your forward momentum slightly while being able to input the back inputs. So a reverse aerial rush. If not, then you can just do a running up air on the trackball here. Works kind of the same. That should just kill these spawning hammer bros with the trackball. And then there will be a couple of spawning hammer bros to the left of the trackball. So the first one, just kill with an up air, pretty much. And then falling down, killing this Goomba with the trackball again, just falling down with the back air. And then waiting a tiny bit, because they are kind of like on a timer, essentially, for doing their jumps. So it would be worthless to try to attack them, especially considering there's another hammer bow that's spawning here. So this is where this change from way back then and now is with the non-pause glitch version of this fight. So right here with this spawning one, this is the final spawning hammer row from the left, just neutral there, and it should hit into the Goomba, because the Goomba slightly waddles around, and it waddles past this leftward hammer bro, so that you can just careen it into the Goomba, and they will just die, and you have these two left, and then there should be another Goomba spawning. So right here is just drifting forward, and then, okay, another Goomba here, narrowing the leftward hammer row, and then these are the last enemies here. So then just walk forward, and with good spacing, this should just be an up tilt. And with good spacing, you're able to kill every one of them. So this spacing might be a bit difficult to get a grasp of. If not, if it is, then I just recommend the down tilt into back air while drifting right. That's kind of like what it used to be before figuring out that this up tilt is more ideal. And then going to the right, you kind of have to jump, because there's always going to be a bullet bill spawned right here. So just jumping kind of after killing the final enemies of the fight, and then another air, and then an air dodge, because that bullet bill on they're just there to be annoying. So just a little jump and air dodge will get you through them. If you try to up B the hitboxes just intertwine into each other, so you'll actually be knocked back to the left. Just jumping into the cannon here. So go back because it's a little bit much. So just opening up with a raw back air, if not just a running up air, to kill these hammer bros at the start. Up air the first leftward spawning hammer bro into a back air on the trackball to kill this rightward Goomba. And there, the second spawning hammer bro on the left into the Goomba here. Near the leftward hammer bro. And then just walk forward and try to space the up tilt, or if not, then do a down tilt into a bear while drifting right. And then just ending the fight, just the jump air dodge to avoid the hammer bro, or the bullet bills. Alright, so that was the first fight without the pause glitch. So this one, I wouldn't recommend. And sorry if it's kind of a bit too small to see. It's just the way how this website works. So with the pause glitch, this one utilizes the technique where we don't kill every enemy, but we make them self-destruct utilizing the camera that is unlocked. So a pause glitch, you just pause the frame you enter a fight. You can do it for literally any fight. You can even do it for the frame a fight ends. You will get the sound that notifies you of it, but it's pointless when a fight's been completed. So here, unlike what you saw before, the camera is actually locked on to DK as if I was just running through the stage. So here is where the fight just completely changes. So pause glitch just in order to save time in fights, you just have to do so much different things compared to what the normal camera for the fight is like. So here with the pause glitch, open up with a running up air, and most of this will be spent on the right side of this platform rather than the left like the normal fight, and that should kill everything. The reason why it's a little bit of a late up air is to catch the Goomba spawning, because it spawns a bit late. So just right there, you could probably see it just barely caught it. So around a late up air from the trackball in order to get all three of them. And then a dash attack, for that Goomba, dash attack or down tilt probably works the same here. And then doing a slightly backward drifted back air into killing these two hammer bros as well as the Goomba here. And ideally, the first leftward spawning hammer bro isn't jumping. This is kind of like the confusing bit because it is on a timer, but just depending on distance away, it can jump whenever it feels like when it's attacking. When it's not, it can just jump and not attack. So the idea here is that one of these two enemies that are careening to the left will hit into it in order to spawn the left hammer bro quicker. And in this case, for this GIF, I believe I get it, but in the IO record, I don't. And it's just a little bit slower, maybe like a half second. You could kind of hear it faintly. You can kind of hear the leftward spawning hammer bro get collided with. Because if you didn't, then you would kind of hear just like the blast zone noise, like this right enemy had. Because they would just careen into the blast zone and avoid the hammer bro. So then with that back air, we land onto the top platform. So it's just a full hop. And then right here, there will be one more enemy here spawning, as well as the final second leftward hammer bro. So back airing it into the blast zone, and then The only time we use the self-destruct strat is for that second leftward spawning hammer bro right there, where we're just too far away from it. The blast zone is actually like right here, so if I walk any further, I'm dead. So you kind of want to just know where the blast zones are when doing pause glitches. So if I was walking further out, I'd be dead, but the hammer bro here is being despawned because we're too far away from it, and then we just spawn into the cannon because it's right there. So yeah. So pause glitches are complicated. Which is why between that, understanding them, and the time save, I just would not recommend for most people. If you're really interested in achieving sub 2, they could be of help, some of them. Uh, Going down the rankings after sub 2, I'd probably pick up a few, but stuff like this I would just not bother with. So I'll just go over it again because it is a complicated one. So just the late running up air in order to catch all 3 of these top enemies. And then dash attack or down tilt works the same for this Goomba into a back air full hop drifting backwards in order to get all 3 of them, because if I didn't drift, I'd only get these 2 and then hit this guy with a weak bear. It'd be very awkward. And then hopefully they hit into the leftward spawning hammer bro. If not, they'll just hit the blast zone, and then just the same despawn, like the spacing will despawn the first hammer bro and then the second hammer bro. So then back air falling off the platform to the Goomba, and then the first hammer bro will be killed from the careening enemies or just from despawning him here. You just have to sit and wait a bit longer, and then the second hammer bro just despawns. That's pretty much that. They are a bit complicated, and it is a total time save of around 3 to 3.5 seconds. There's very few of these have definitive time saves, because there's always maybe some errors. Some of it is slower, some of it's faster. It's just kind of generalized within a second. So now we have the second part of the fight just before exiting the level. So right here, from falling from the top, we want to land perpendicular to the giant Goomba that will be spawning first, which will be right above us. So to the left of this kind of like rock formation, or you can also, for another visual cue, just like kind of above the character icon. Works the same thing. And then just immediately hitting the ground and doing an immediate double jump into double up air, facing backwards, because this is where important careening kills will happen. So just waiting a little bit, just getting a feel of when the next set of enemies will spawn in. So just a bit of a delay there. And then a double jump into up air, into a fast falling nair. And what this does is, on the right side, there's 2 smaller Goombas spawning. The right one spawns first. The big Goomba kills this leftward one, and then from the nair, this Goomba careens into the rightward one, and you can the fight super quick. So just double jump, up air, facing left, waiting a little bit, just getting a good sense of when to actually jump again. Double jump, up air, into an air. And then if you have trouble with timing that, all it is really just doing a fast fall. Or if not, then just doing it a bit late. Because even with the timing, you should still be able to get the kill with the giant Goomba and this little Goomba here. And just enter the door. That's simple. Probably the easiest kind of careening optimal fight you could learn. You'll be hearing the word careening a lot, by the way. That's just the most ideal method of ending these fights quickly. So that was the jungle, and now go on to the plain, which has 4 fights. And so in this IL, I have all the fights together, but the final one is with the pause glitch. Before that happens, I will click on the one without the pause glitch, just to keep the format kind of the same. So here, just need to go back a little bit, probably, to explain this. So, spawning in with Pit. Pit's moveset, while good for fights, is kind of limited to just forward air and down smash. F smash can work in some situations, and back air as well, but he really only has those 2 good moves, whereas Mario has his down smash, his up smash, his back air, and his up air, and he's just a little more agile. So we just spawn the auto scrollers at the start, SD with Pit, and we spawn in as Mario on this platform. So right here, the optimal way to kill to start off is by killing a leftward back here. If you're lucky, this leftward pyramid normally will jump into you and you can just get an easy up air double kill. Sometimes that's not the case, so then I kind of just ignore him for now if that pyramid doesn't come and try to attack me. So then after getting that up air double kill, just fall off the platform, and hopefully the SPAC on the right will be in a good position to get for this boomerang pyramid to get kicked into it in order to get them both killed. And then you just drop down and down smash this pyramid. And if you're lucky enough, have this pyramid run into you as well, which in this case it did happen. If not, then this pyramid will hit this pyramid, but the left one won't die. So in this case, this right pyramid will spawn. And if that actually happens where that left pyramid doesn't run into the down smash, then you would just roll to the right and hit this pyramid into that pyramid, and that just ends the fight quicker in case you get that RNG. If not, if you get it running into you and you kill both of them with one shot, then it's just down smash to the right, fastest way. And then that's how the fight's done. So then entering the second fight of this level is probably the easiest fight in the entire game, because it's literally the same thing. You don't even have to move, you just flick the C stick twice. So you stick to the middle of the platform. You can kind of have a visual cue of the cursor kind of in the middle of the middle platform if you want. And then all you have to do, it's more ideal to face left because the fire pyramid on the left here spawns slightly earlier, as you can see. So it's just maybe a tad bit quicker. But Mario's hitbox is probably large enough that it doesn't really matter. So right here is just down smash, and fire pyramids outside of fire damage just are very fragile. So they will die from being careened by an enemy just one time, and then do it again. Just middle platform double down smash with Mario. That's all. And then right here, if you have any items, any good items that are like throwable, like a star rod or baseball bat, very useful, just instantly kills enemies. So right here, I sit up to the right and I roll here. So this fight, this third fight, actually has a pause glitch that saves less than or up to half of a second, but it involves an SD And ideally in a run, you're going to be Mario here. So if you do that, you spawn in as Pit for the 4th fight. And Pit's not that great at the 4th fight, whereas Mario is decent. So the only way for it to really be worth it is to get the pause glitch on the 4th fight that I will be showing. So that is why I'm not going to be showing the 3rd fight pause glitch. It's just not really no point, essentially. Even though it can save time if you do get this and the 4th fight pause glitch, but hitting back-to-back pause glitches, even I haven't done that in a run. But setting up on the right side of the platform for the 3rd fight, Glunders will spawn first. Just down smash the one on the right into the left one. And then there will be another Glunder that spawns into the left, oddly enough not to the right. So while that happens, just drifting to the left, just up-airing this fire pyramid. And then right here I up-aired. You could also just slightly continue running. You can slightly just continue running as well. And then probably like to the left of this pyramid, just do an up smash, and that should catch all 3 of these enemies. Right here I opted for an up air and spawned into the landed into the mushroom, which wasn't really that ideal. And then I just down smashed them. So ideally you just run past the pyramid a little bit and then up smash, and that should catch all 3 of them. Just right here, even though I'm big, like kind of like moveset is still the same here. So while these 2 enemies are spawning, running up air on them, just do an up air here, probably like double jump up air the fire pyramid on the right platform if you don't get a mushroom. And then you probably land back here on this platform, and then you just run and up air this boomerang pyramid if you want, or if not, you can probably just do a reverse aerial rush back air in order to save a little bit of time from the left blast zone rather than sending it diagonal. Just getting good mushroom is pretty lucky. So for most of these fights, good items and mushroom are very ideal, but for some cases, you just kind of want to avoid them because they kind of mess up the flow, and you can have they can be poorly timed as well. There might be some times I have to mute the mic, like right now, I have to sneeze. Right. I just want to apologize if I ever have to mute the mic. This is just a one take because I can't edit things down on my Vegas editor on this computer. I can't really edit with more than 28 video clips and like an hour or something of footage for some reason. I gotta mess with that again because it worked on my old computer just fine. So this is just gonna be like a one take. Last, like, I don't know how long this is gonna take. Hopefully less than 3 hours. But alright, continuing on. That was the 3rd fight. So now here, I'm just gonna keep this tab open because I will come back to it for the pause glitch. I'm gonna go here for the no pause glitch. So here with Mario, if you're not doing the pause glitch, it's a little more ideal to start at the left side because that's where most of the enemies will be respawning in the wave. Just right here, just slightly wait after the fight because there will be a fire pyramid. And then you up smash it, and hopefully the SPAC doesn't go far left to where it avoids getting hit like that. Hopefully it just kind of stays put or even goes to the right. It's just all luck. You just up smash that fire pyramid, and then another one will spawn. And then right here, this dash attack was a dumb move to do right here would have just been another up smash, and that would probably hit this spec. But I up aired it anyway. Right here, this is optimal where you do want to turn around and back air this fire pyramid into this Borberus, which normally might be running away. That just kills it and spawns both of the second enemies there spawn. And then right here, I believe is... Alright, so maybe a little unoptimal, mainly because I always do the pause glitch here, so I'm in a different position and do the fight differently, even if I don't get the pause glitch. But right here, I'd probably recommend doing an up air. Hopefully the spec doesn't spawn or start moving so far away. So probably an up air here. And then maybe another up air, like a jumping up air to land on this platform in order to kill the Borberus here. And then probably just a running nair or an up air, whatever is more comfortable. The nair has to probably be the strong hit. The up air is easier to hit, but the nair probably has to be the strong hit. Just had an item, so just threw that. So yeah, as you can tell, this isn't that too great, and that's just because I always go for the pause glitch, which has a slightly different location to start up the fight. So yeah, just a bunch of up smashes at the start until a decent amount of up airs. And this back air for this fire pyramid is pretty optimal, I'd say. So yeah, just up air stuff, really. So I apologize if there's a couple of them like that. It's just I always go for pause glitches, so some of the fights might start out differently and might not look as optimal. Now let's just tab. Alright, so that was not the pause glitch, so this is the pause glitch. So for the pause glitch here, it actually you actually save the same amount of time if you were to do this with Pit as well. So that's where the quote-unquote it being worth technically if you go for the fight 3 pause glitch, because dying and spawning in as Pit and doing the pause glitch with Pit and the pause glitch fight with Pit, it's kind of the same speed as Mario, but if you don't get it, it's just the fight's a little more annoying with Pit, not as ideal. But with the pause glitch here, I always start on the right, where the Borberus and Fire Pyramid, I believe, spawn on this platform. And then get the pause glitch. So this visual cue here, I always use just before this line. How I can tell it's that line, it's just when the platform starts or stops moving. Like it starts moving a little slower, but you can also probably just count like before the 3rd line here from the right if you don't count the edge here. So it's like kind of just a visual cue of just timing here. You'll probably find another version of visual cue. This is just what I've always done. And then just because I had a big mushroom, I decided to go for up smashes, but I was actually not spaced very well. If I was spaced more to the left, I'd be able to double kill here. But without a mushroom, this is the right position, because then you just back air, you just do a jump back air into this Borberus, into a double jump back air into this pyramid, and then you pretty much repeat the same thing, or upon landing after killing the first pyramid here, probably an up smash works the same, into another jump back air. And these are the only enemies from the pause glitch that are defeated with this version. So just completely ignoring the left. And they will all be despawned. So right here, the blast zone barrier from spawning the fight is right around the, like, a little more to the right of the center in between these two trees. Kind of like my little visual cue. So you just kind of like sit there and wait if it takes a while. Normally if it takes a while, that's because the SPACs are a tiny bit too close, but if you're far away from them, they'll normally just start moving in the opposite direction. So if you have to wait, you just sit in between here, these trees, or kind of like in the middle of this patch here, I guess. And then they all just despawn. And then you can just go into the fight. And then small little, not really glitch, but from a fight ending, while like the lighting is still going on, the lighting work in order to end the fight, you can enter the ending of a level and you don't get the fade out. Just kind of abruptly cuts to black. It doesn't save time. It's just kind of like a visual, like, overlapping. So right here, go back to the visual cue. Just kind of like just before this black line here, because console does have input delay very, very slightly because of the latency. Inputting slightly earlier than usual does work normally. So then right here, if I use this big mushroom correctly, I'd be right below the right ledge here in order to get a double up smash on the 4 enemies. If not, it's just like probably quadruple back air. But this is one I wouldn't really recommend because it sets you up kind of awkwardly for the fight if you don't get the pause glitch. You just do a bunch of up airs, pretty much, just like how it is normally. And then remembering that there are blast zones still active even though the camera is unlocked, remembering where the blast zones are, so just before this tree here, just sitting here till they all despawn. Alright, hopefully that wasn't too confusing. And so that pause glitch saves 4.5 to 5 seconds. Same exact thing with Pit doing back airs. But you shouldn't probably be spawned in as Pit at that point. Because there'd be no use, because the Fight 3 pause glitch is just not worth it in any sense. Alright. The lake has one fight and is very decently consistent. It's the Goomba fight here. So, running into this section of this room, falling off with Fox into a illusion or side B, and that should illusion you right in between the giant Goomba and this rightward Goomba. So this strat has been the same for quite a long time. But it's just, while you're in between the two, it's just an up smash. And that damages the giant Goomba a little, and that has a weird hitbox property that sends horizontal and hits this Goomba. So they cancel each other out. And then right here is a down smash. And that is solely because it's the perfect angle to send the second leftward Goomba into the corner here to bounce off into this furthest away Goomba conveniently, while this giant Goomba just careens and does wherever it wants. And then this is actually faster than just tapping a dash input into a shield stop. Just slightly walking over, and as you see, I'm like holding the full direction and I'm walking. That's because that's kind of like buffered, which you can do. The only way to like truly buffer a run input is through cutscenes or exiting or entering another room from a door and so on. But if you hold the direction fully after doing an attack, you will just never run. You always just do that walk animation. So that's how that happens. So I just walk over and I I'm decently a bit away from this Goomba, and actually, and okay, so it works if you're even slightly into that first Goomba. So it's an F tilt, and that just because we saw how the up smash from the Goomba to the right killed the Goomba to the left, so they're just like one shot, one kill from careening into each other. So you just F tilt that right Goomba into the left Goomba, and that just kills it pretty easily. And then up smash the block in order to activate the realm shenanigans in this level. So once again, just falling from platform, box illusion between the Goomba and Giant Goomba on the right. Up smash, always send that Goomba in the right direction, and then up and down smash, always send the Goombas in the same direction. And that just kills that Goomba, and then you have these two left, and then you F tilt this one into that one. The old strat used to actually be dash attack, and that just sends them flying. And then you normally have to wait half a second to maybe a second, I can't really remember, for the bomb block to spawn. So the ideal strat is just F tilt. That just kills them quicker. Alright. That was like towards the second half there's plenty of just single fights. So just gonna probably have to blow through them. So alright, Ruin Zoo. So now we have flow enemies, which normally take one shot with a really strong move. So right here, I F smash the right spawning pyramid. Depending on how quick you get here, either one of these pyramids land onto this swaying platform, and you just kind of have to adapt. Instead of doing like an F smash here, if it spawns on the platform or lands on the platform, you just do a forward air, just jump forward air, pretty much. Just depends how quick you get here. I normally get here and the right pyramid lands onto this platform, but I guess in this run I got here a bit slower than normal, so that's why it kind of avoided it. So just adapted with an F smash, and that's because we're waiting for this flow here. I'm pretty sure this flow is outside. No, there's enemies that spawn that are outside of a blocked fight automatically just disappear, I'm pretty sure. So it does spawn within the fight. So right here, I turn to the left and I do a forward air to the leftward pyramid and the flow, and that just double hits them, and then jump up fair the boomerang pyramid into the blast zone, and then go to the middle of the main platform in the locked fight, and then just start F smashing everything. That's pretty much it. And then just adapting with a forward air there because that's the last enemy, and I kind of want to move as right as much as possible, or as to the right as early as possible, because that's the last enemy for the locked fight to end. So yeah, just a bunch of a bunch of F smashes to end the fight. Really. Just sometimes you just go back to Unga Boonga. And that fair just as an adaptation. And then I still don't know if this is optimal actually. I haven't seen this in a while. Taking this damage boost gives you the perfect like height just to get a air dodge into landing the platform. I don't know if that's faster than just full hopping, because I think a full hops normally lands there. I don't know. It's all weird. Whatever, we don't need to see anymore. Alright, so fight 2. No pause glitch. Back to the world record. This is no pause glitch, right? Okay, yeah. So right here, attempt to pause glitch, because I always attempt pause glitches in runs. So right here, if I don't get it, I do an instant double jump and to the button that is falling onto this platform, up air, forward air, into the rightward button. And for button waves, the ones that initially spawn are the ones that count towards the fight. Any that multiply are irrelevant, so you can just ignore them or even use them to your advantage with careening them into each other if you'd like. So double jump up air into falling forward air onto the platform, and then turning back around into another double jump with a fair into a falling back air. And this was unintentional. Normally I do it where it goes to the right, but in this case it was pretty optimal because it killed this initially spawning button here, and then just waiting on the platform for this rightward final button spawn. Just forward air it, and it normally will kill another initially spawned button here. So then now here, the two that have initially spawned right now are the green and purple, so you can ignore these guys or use them to your advantage. And in this case, F tilt. I could have probably done a delayed forward air here in order to get a little bit better drift into killing this button quicker, but F tilt worked to my advantage here. And then running forward tilt or forward air to kill the green button, and then just lucky circumstance for this button to just kind of wander here, and then this initially spawned button just another F tilt. And another forward air to the last one spawning on the left, and then there one more in the middle. Right there would have been a little more ideal to do a forward air. So really just understanding which buttons to kill. Just double jump up air, forward air, double jump forward air, back air, and if you get the spacing right, you get this lucky trajectory. And then just waiting a little bit for this final one. And that will normally hit the one spawned in the middle. And then here I could have probably done a forward air and been fine. And then forward air to the left, F tilt to forward air that one. Forward air the left one again, in the middle, probably a forward air again. So that's that. Just a lot of forward tilting if you need to, and just aerials, really. Hopefully not too confusing. So now the pause glitch version, which saves 5.5 seconds. So this one might be one of the more confusing looking strategies. But this might be one that I probably wouldn't really recommend going for because of the normal fight is just always so consistent. But it's very interesting. I remember when pause glitch was kind of revisited, and then I decided to figure out what fights where it could save time, and this was just a very interesting fight because of the water. So the pause switch, should move my cursor away real quick. Starts out the same. It's the same double jump up air, forward air. Exact same starting, pretty much. And then turning around, double jump, forward air, top button, into another back air. And then this is where the difference with the pause glitch is. That saves 5 seconds. Jumping into the water here, I think the blast zone is right above the player 2 entry symbol here. If I continued right here, because of how pause glitches work, which you can actually see with the glunder right here, it's falling through all the solid pathway and whatnot. That's because anything that is outside of the trigger for the locked fight is just essentially just transparent. So anything can just fall through. Even you as the character can just fall through. So there's no point in jumping up here to avoid staying on the water. It will always be water here. I think the whole thing here is water. I could be wrong, but we only go as far as the blast zone really is. And then just waiting a tiny bit, waiting for this button I think will always try to attack you, and that's important because if not, then you would need to wait to kill it because it would just be spawned there right here in range where it would not be despawned. So just kind of lunges at you and dies. And then right after it lunges, just a double jump right here. And if you time the double jump really well, it can avoid the ledge grab actually and just kind of like go through the flooring onto the platform, which might require air dodge. I don't know. And that's the pause glitch version. So for this one, the visual cue I have is Lucas kind of being underneath the right side of this platform. You could also use this conveniently placed black line when he kind of crosses it, or it crosses the middle of the character icon in the bottom. Kind of a couple of different visual cues you can use if you want, but the one that I always use is kind of having him slightly lined up with the right side of the platform and just hoping the input time is timed well. And then the fight, like normal, starts off the same, and then jump into the water, wait for this button to turn around and try to attack, double jump, and to getting back up into your regularly scheduled program that is flying through the rest of the stage. Okay. So that is one that saves 5 seconds. Though, I mean, the fight starts the exact same, so I probably would say go for it, actually. You know, it does start the exact same, so I'd say go for it. Alright, coming into probably the first the first run killer level that everyone hates, Battlefield Fortress. So this is our second horde fight, I believe. And choosing Marth here because if you haven't game overed, even on easy difficulty, Marth or Meta Knight cannot one-shot sword primates. Those are the only enemies he can't, and that is because of the Pokemon-like system in the game, kind of like attack type system, where it's like it's weird. It's like how if you do boss battles with Charizard and you rock smash everything, but you see Rayquaza's not really getting dealt much damage. That's because of kind of the typing system that's hidden within the game that most people don't know about. And then like how ice attacks destroy Rayquaza. Kind of like the same situation here where Meta Knight does not have moves to one-shot sword pyramids unless you game over, because game overing kind of, even if you're on the easiest difficulty, tones down the damage required to kill enemies for some reason. So that is primarily a reason why Marth is chosen, and that's also because Marth's kind of excuse me, kind of a little more ideal, honestly. So right here we spawn in as Marth, and we go to the left, and from this left platform there will be a pyramid either standing still or running into us. Just forward air him. And then running to the right, pyramids will either be standing still or running towards you. Can be both, could be 4, it could be none. So you kind of adapt with forward airs if they are. If not, you just run and just try to up smash. But right there was just well-timed adaptation to do a F smash. I normally like the F smash this first set of pyramids because they're normally together. And just like Meta Knight, actually, Marth's F smash doesn't one-shot these things. I don't think even the Tipper does. But if you have a good spacing with multiple enemies inside of each other here, then you can just get them to just careen into each other without even being able to see the animation. They just kind of collide very, very quickly with each other. So right here you saw an F smash, doesn't really work. Right here I F smash both of them. That is because I'm able to run up and get a very nice up smash on all 3 of the enemies that are remaining from this wave. So up smash is your best friend in this fight. Even though it does seem like it has a decent amount of end lag, it is a very decent move. So then ending this with an up smash. And then before the next set of enemies spawn in, doing a jump, and that's because another pyramid will spawn on top of the platform, and you could just input an up air and instantly kill it as it spawns. Then right here we have some more pyramids spawning from right to left, and this one just F smash. You could probably also fair it, but that would probably send it into this pyramid, which is kind of useless because you're kind of going from right to left, so you kind of want to kill the further away enemies as quick as possible. So kind of why I choose F smash here. That spawns in, because there's also another spawning scope pyramid here. You just send it there and then F smash, and that will kill both that pyramid and the scope pyramid. Sorry, my throat. So then here, just random bad RNG item. So normally I would have just up smashed this pyramid and then up air the buckets. So then right here, I try to hopefully space an up tilt on this final pyramid into this last bucket because they will just cancel out each other. And it's slightly angled, kind of like 5 degrees left. So try to space that. Then here, it was just bad timing, but here I want to run right to, I want to run right a little bit, and by doing that, this bucket will already be aggroed and be doing its attack, and then jumping right around here while this bucket and this left one are still moving towards me, and then just kind of like that, but a bit more further right. I could just input an up air and kill all of them in one swoop. In this case, it was kind of like optimal because it killed all of them and canceled each other out rather than sending them to the blast zone, but it probably did the exact same job anyway. And then moving right after the buckets, Don't know why I went for dash attack there, but you just want to up smash everything right now. Avoid that grate by just spot dodging or rolling. And you just ideally want to be onto the right side of it. And just keep up smashing everything. And then as you keep up smashing, some enemies might spawn in like right there and just join the pack and get killed from one up smash. So then right here, normally there will be one more enemy from the right needing to spawn, which solely depends on this scope pyramid. So right here, the optimal choice. You probably could forward air because it probably doesn't hit this scope pyramid, but we want to leave this scope pyramid with full health. So that's probably why I never really forward air, because I don't know if it hits into the scope pyramid, but you do want to leave this final scope pyramid here last and with full health. So that is why I go for an up air, do one last up smash on this final spawning sword pyramid, and then here doing a jump, ideally a short hop into a shield breaker or neutral B. And what that does is it doesn't kill the pyramid. You can do it as early or late as you please. It doesn't have like a tipper hitbox or anything. So we'll always do the same amount as long as the scope pyramid is at full health. And what this does is if you time the jump right, which for me it's a feeling thing, but you can always kind of have a visual cue. Let's see if we can just find one out of nowhere. Probably jumping when the stock icons are to the right of the, or to the left of the platform edge, maybe. That way you jump in between the right edge of the platform and the right edge of the battlefield here, and you just hold down and fast fall just to have less of a chance of not dying with Gorth. And then we die, and the scope pyramid dies, and the fight ends. And that is solely in order to spawn Meta Knight here in this room, because this is the famous skip everything room, which you need Meta Knight for, and so that's why we do that at the very end. So just a Marth fight with a bunch of up smashes, forward air and up air at times. Pretty much. I don't know if I need to go here. So normally I wouldn't have shown this, but this is one of those exceptions because that room is so janky. When I figured out how to do that quote-unquote half auto-scroller skip and whatnot from like in 5 years ago or so. So I'm leaving this fight here just in case anyone watching this decides not to go for the auto-scroller skip. And this was the only video that I actually did not have a really good optimal video of. I've definitely done it optimally before, but I just didn't have one through different records or anything. So I got hit upon the fight starting, so this is the fight that ends the auto-scroller. Ideally, you want to be further, like decently far out into the blast zone. That's because you kind of want to start off with a nair, and that doesn't kill the sword pyramids, but it sends them far back enough that I think they hit the blast zone and die. And then a creep will spawn. So right here, okay, they might not be sword pyramids, so they'll just die. But right here, just nair, just jump nair the creep, and then just down smash, and there should be sword pyramid. Yeah, and just down smash, and it should just fall into the blast zone. Right there is like not a good example. I'm sorry, but I got hit like twice. But it's really just starting out far into the blast zone, and then just you can easily time when the fight's gonna happen because the autoscroller will slow to a stop, and then you can just time a jump there and just input a nair if you'd like. Kill the Greep and the pyramids, and then just down smash for the sword pyramid to die off to the left blast zone, and then just initiate the glide to skip this fight, and then the glide, continue it, or initiate another one to skip that fight. Not going over those because I recommend the skips, even though this last one is very difficult to learn. It's on a height standpoint, the hardest one to master because you have such little room to actually get the skip. But if you get a feel for it, it's not all that bad. So, not doing those because I highly encourage learning the skips. Alright, so this is actually the only video that is not my own. This is an improvement to the cave section of the fortress from MK, who is second place. He found a small improvement for this fight to save 2, maybe 3 seconds. So this is the only time I won't be using my own clip. So this is MK Cocoons, posted from the Discord server. So he does early jumps into the fight. And then, how many jumps did he do? I think he might have done 3. Yeah, he does 3. He inputs probably the nair like right after the 3rd jump so that you hit the pyramid with the nair, with the strong hidden nair, into the bucket. And they just cancel each other out and then fall down and then hopefully hit the sword pyramid from the left side with nair. And like I said before, sword pyramids are the only enemies that just can't get one hit by Meta Knight unless you game over. And then it just bounces off the walls so that you can do an attack. Probably rather than down smash here, a down air, just a jumpy down air might be optimal here, because then you can just have quicker time to attack this bucket. But it might not work with blurring over this sword pyramid. I'm not sure, but he goes for down smash. So then he's able to get an up air there, and then just hits both of them. The bucket will die because the bucket's fragile. And since the sword pyramid has already been hit once, just do an air and it kills it. You had it careening into each other, so that's very useful in case that happens. If not, then it's not a big deal because you have to move to the left anyway. And then kind of just position yourself just before leaving the screen with Meta Knight, and just while this left one's spawning, just have a down smash and it will just fly into the blast zone. And then for this sword pyramid, hopefully it jumps over, and then you can just do a running jumping nair, and that will just kind of make it land back onto the right side, and then you can just nair it again while landing on the ground, and then just run dash attack into the minecart. So yeah, so this is like a 2 to 3 second time save. Just getting the nair there and killing both the bucket and pyramid. Nairing down smashing the first right sword pyramid. Up airing both the left sword pyramid and the bucket. And then If he didn't nair, I don't think the careening bucket would have killed the sword pyramid because they do have a decent amount of health. So I'm not sure, but maybe that nair did help. Still not too certain about that. But then yeah, so then it's standard, just move to the left and down smash, and then just a running nair in order to get it popped up more diagonal, and then just falling nair to get back onto the ground in order to land and dash attack into the minecart. Yeah. Thank you, MK. Alrighty. The forest. We are not even done with the first 10 levels. So, do I have the pause glitch here? No. Alright. So the first fight here has a pause glitch for NG plus and 100%. But for any percent, I think I may have messed with it. But it probably doesn't save anything. But if there is methods for a pause glitch fight in here for any percent, it probably barely saves anything. But there is a pause glitch here for NG plus and 100%. So just having spawned from the start of the level, buffering egg roll with Yoshi, entering the fight, starting off at the right side and up smashing immediately, and then up bearing there. You could also just up smash as well, time a decent up smash, and just up smash, and then there will be 2 more enemies. This boomerang pyramid actually doesn't matter. I don't think it spawned from the fight, pretty sure. So then here is just an up air into a nair into that pyramid into the boomerang pyramid, which just instantly kills it.
Wow, that was pretty freaking good.
Yeah, that was pretty freaking good. So then once again, up smash to the right side. There is a strat that I do go for a double kill here. It doesn't work with the up smash that I'd recommend going for. It's actually just a well-timed short hop up air. It's hard to get. I tried to go for it here, I guess, but did it super early for some reason. But I definitely recommend up smash, because then you just up air, and then you just land in place and then up air again. Actually, no, well, you just go back and you drift back for an up smash for the sword pyramid. If you up air, Yoshi up air on sword pyramid, it's not a one-shot kill, I'm very certain. And then up air, the last pyramid, spawning on the platform, full hop, so that you can have enough time to get a nair in to kill that pyramid. And then egg roll. Not sure if there's okay. Pause glitch. Or almost. Second fight. So even though this pause glitch, we're not at the pause glitch specifically yet. Even though the pause glitch doesn't save the recommended 5 seconds or more, go for 5 seconds or below, probably don't. This one is the easiest pause glitch when I get to it that I go for, and it's not even really on a visual cue. It's kind of like a feeling thing. So you'll see me attempt it, because obviously I do always do it in full runs. But I didn't get it. I did it a bit early. But if I don't get it, then the fight strat here is pretty normal. Just jump over, nair that boomerang pyramid over, or land an up smash. Either will work. So the one thing about this fight that I hate is that I'm almost certain always the right boom, like very rarely does this left boomerang pyramid not get hit. if it doesn't want to get hit, it would jump over into the middle, which is obviously very ideal, but that's kind of rare, honestly. So right there spawns this puppet. So then for these puppets in this fight are just simple up airs. And then you go over, if it's all the way to the left again or the middle, just nair it. And then right here, go for the middle puppet first because there are two that spawn in the middle. So just up air, and falling up air. Going back to the right, egg rolling. So just nair the rightward. Because you're coming back around, you're doing a U-turn. So if we went to the left, wouldn't really be the ideal. We'd be doing a zigzag. Start to the right, nair the pyramid to the right, up air all the puppets, nair the left pyramid to the left. Hit the middle one first. And up air, up air, up air. Pretty straightforward. Now, with the pause glitch. Here. Once it loads. Not too sure if connection will be a bit slow. We just had kind of like a severe thunderstorm end a little tiny bit ago. So here you saw in the record that I landed here, and you'd normally say that's kind of unoptimal to just land on the ledge when it's kind of easy to just do a full hop and clear the gap with Yoshi. But this is actually a setup for the pause glitch. Instead of using a visual cue, it's just very consistent. I'd say it's probably the pause glitch I hit the most out of any pause glitch. And it's solely because it's not a visual cue thing, it's just tapping and movement. So setting up here on this ledge, rolling, all I have to do is tap right on the control stick and then press pause, and most of the time I'll get it. That's really all it is. Just see how I'm neutral from a roll, then just tap it, and literally second frame is where the trigger happens. So it's not an instantaneous, I mean it is an instantaneous right tap to pause, but it's not a simultaneous right tap pause. You don't do it at the same time. And right here, same principle, just run over, nair. You won't even have to worry about that annoying left boomerang pyramid. And then you jump back, air that pyramid, and those are the only two that you kill. So this one, you have to be a little careful with where the blast zone is here. Mainly because the despawning time takes a while for these enemies for some reason. They just take forever to spawn in and then despawn. So you just kind of wait longer than you'd expect. So then you, right here where I like to position myself in the blast zone, just before the blast zone, is kind of like in between the middle of this ramp pathway. So where this divot is and the top of it here, kind of like position myself in the middle. The blast zone is kind of like along, like probably in between this background tree and this background tree, maybe somewhere in this range. I have died to not timing when to run, because you do wait a bit longer than normal. Yeah. It's just the roll, pause, nair to the right, up it, and then stick in between the middle here until the fight ends. Alright. And now, can't skip anything at the forest because Yoshi's doesn't get the height, and Link is an abomination in this game mode. Pause glitch in Fight 3 is very, very unique. I don't even really go for it because it's so, like, you almost kill every enemy, yet you still save time from it, and it's so drastically different from the normal fight. I don't even really go for it. So here, land on the platform. I always go for it whenever I did ILs of this level just because of that time save, and at the time I knew what to do. So right here, stick to the right, run past this Ticken and up smash, and it will hit the puppet as well as the Ticken here. And then F smash or up smash that Ticken again, just kills it. Up smash this puppet, and then just tad bit of delay while this puppet rushes towards you in order to get a double kill here on this Ticken and puppet. In my runs, I actually do go for it. I actually do go for the double kill here. How I didn't get a double kill here is because Ticken actually has a ton of health. It's kind of a little mini tank. But normally in runs here, I'd be charging up smash right now. And the reason why I don't do it in this IL is because before it was always annoying because there's specific timings for this Ticken especially, because if I were to get the double kill off of one hit, this Ticken would start flying towards me. But if I timed my dashing after the fact very well, I could have the Ticken just die. Just fall away to the right and die because it's going further away from me. Because if I were to go for it here, normally it would just land right where I normally am. It's very annoying to understand. But that's why I don't go for the double kill, and I probably recommend the same thing for anyone watching. Just go for non-charged up smash, double up smash to kill both of them. Because then this Ticken stays put. And then double jump, up air, the puppet, while drifting into the Ticken with an up air into an... Probably, I don't know if up tilt is faster than up smash there. It probably is, so I'd recommend just holding up and just up tilting. And then waiting, and then charging up smash, like I mentioned before. One hit KOs if you charge it a little bit into an up air on that puppet. And then just jumping over in order to get all the way over. Need an egg toss. Yeah. So yeah, kind of like an interesting route, just because so many different levels of elevation and enemies that take damage. So you have fragile puppets and then tanky-ish Tickens. So just running past the first Ticken with an up smash, F smash or up smash here works fine. Up smash, another puppet spawning. Wait a little bit, or you can just go forward a little bit and charge an up smash for the double hit 1 KO and risk the Ticken either flying by you, which is ideal, or flying towards you. Then just double up smash in case you don't go for the charge. Double jump, up air, into drifting left to up air the Ticken here. Up tilt, I'd probably recommend. Charge and up smash to kill this Ticken into another up air on the last puppet. Yeah, just a little interesting route. Just another U-turn, pretty much. Decent amount of U-turns in these fights. Now, the pause glitch. I haven't seen this one in a while. I don't really even go for in runs, even if it's a 4 to 4.5 second time save. I just don't. It's just kind of like weird. It's one of those weird pause glitches, honestly. All right, so here we have our first clip, and that is because this is around the time I started implementing Desh's reconsider, because it's been a few months since he found it, and no one messed with it until I did when I did. Probably like early 2020, so it was probably like a year or so, not forgotten, just kind of like never messed with, essentially. And I kind of found all these different fight strats with the pause glitch in a long live stream. So this is one of them, one of the originals. So this starts off weirdly. I mean, first of all, there's it's just the pause menu starting up. Oh wait, no. Okay, no, there's save states. So when I was doing this, I was just using emulator. It's easier to just reset over and over. Okay, so there we go. So this had, just like the first fight, uh, or the second, yeah, just like the first fight, this had a kind of momentum, or a momentum cue, really. Just a roll on the ledge, and then a roll to the right. And sure, it loses a bit of time, but it saves time overall. It's just a very finicky fight from what I remember. So this visual cue, because this one is essentially a visual cue more so than the last one, because the last one is just like tap right and then a frame later, just input pause, and then you'll probably get it. This one, I'm not too sure how well I can explain it, if I'm gonna be honest. Because I just did this. It's like when you think the egg is halfway to the right edge of the background tree. I don't know. I don't really go for this one. It's very awkward. So right here, essentially the same start. Plenty of these pause glitches start with the same start, and that's just because of convenience and also just kind of know that the strat works already. I did do plenty of implementation with different types of starts to these pause glitch fights, but overall the original stuff was kind of optimal. So that's kind of why plenty of the original strategies are used. And I think that was also so this was, unlike the previous clip, this is the charged up smash version here. This one always risk the tick in to just fly towards you or pass you, which is more ideal because it just dies. And right here, probably because I'm facing to the right, the tick in actually stays put. Now that I'm realizing, maybe that's why it's ideal. Just facing right for that charge up smash, and then double jumping up air, and then you're leaving that last puppet and the first tick in on the left, and then there's another one that spawns after it. So you're killing almost everyone, but that's just because you have to. You need these enemies to die based on the distance away you are from them, and this is such a tight jump before hitting the blast zone.
There we go.
So right there,
There we go.
I remember. I think if I don't input that egg toss there, that up special, I think the blast zone is like literally right here. There's another one where we're literally just like a frame or two just from hitting the blast zone and dying. So this might be one of them where the blast zone is right here and barely just missing it. They're just doing a egg toss.
There we go.
So yeah, this one's very confusing and I wouldn't recommend it. Just essentially the same start as the normal fight, except this time up smash charged here. Facing right probably helped the tick in here, not aggro. And then double jumping that puppet, and then just jumping. And the reason why to kill that first top puppet rather than just leave it, because there's a second one and you're just avoiding that one as well. It's because if you just run away like I am right now and despawning that first puppet, the second one will despawn. Whereas despawning the second puppet just essentially stops the fight, because the other two tickens that are further away despawn earlier because they're further away. So that's kind of the purpose of killing that puppet at the top, the first one, and leaving the second one alone. And then doing the double jump egg toss, the egg toss early So that seems intentional. I have not really done this since this because it's such an awkward fight to do, right? With the pause glitch and requires kind of like the roll setup. It's weird. It's a weird one. Alright, almost done with forests. The longest one, I think. Alright, so this fight. This is skippable in NG+, but in any percent it is not. I mean, it is if you bomb with Link, but you probably waste maybe 2 minutes doing so. Just to save maybe 10 seconds. So yeah, a waste of time if you're trying to skip it on any percent. So right here, starting the fight with Yoshi, just doing an egg stop, which is pretty much the same. It's a shield stop, but just with Yoshi's egg. So it's a shield stop in order to stay in the middle of the area because this shell pod here spawns a bit later, and we just do a grab slide. So we do a grab input, and unlike in normal brawl stuff, grabs you can't like physically hold onto an enemy. You just do the grab input, and they just get thrown. That's just kind of how it's coded. Can't physically beat down on an enemy. So then here it just flies off the right side, and then the traction allows us to just get in a good position on the right side, and just an up smash. That fire pyramid just falling off, whatever. It would have died to the up smash there. And then running left, actually, because we're doing another U-turn and more enemies spawn to the right, we dash attack that Fayish, I think, into that pyramid. And then up smash another one, and then up smash that. And then it's just like running into each other and up smashing, F smashing, doing all that type of stuff. And then hitting this shell pod. Instead of this F smash, it would have been more optimal because I think the damage was good enough to. Yeah, it could have died from a single jab. So right here probably would have been optimal to just do a Nair drifting right, because it's a tanky enemy, so it will, if it careens into another enemy, it probably just instantly kills them even at full health for like the tankier enemies. Not the complete tankier enemies that we'll see later on, but for these normal ones. And then just egg roll to the finish. Yeah. Just doing a shield stop in the middle and doing the grab release strat, dash attacking to the left, smash attacking everything, and then when you get rid of the shell, the second shell pod, just probably Nair. So that it kills, because there's always going to be that final shell pod and that fire pyramid normally. So a Nair should just work there. Alright, that was the longest level so far, I believe. And we got another couple long stuff until we can just graze through this whole mid to late section. Alright, so fight 1 has a pause glitch here. So this is another exception along with the PAL skip exception for NTSC Wilds 2. This fight can be skipped with Pikachu on 100% and any percent. It's just incredibly hard to do so, and very precise, and I wouldn't recommend anyone try. So that is why I am showing the fight skip, because I don't even do it in real runs. I have only ever done it in a real run when this level was the first level in an NG plus route, which it used to be, and that is the only reason why I've ever done it in a full run. Never tried it in an any percent run. Maybe when I was just messing around and it was practice for a marathon, I just thought so. I wouldn't recommend it at all. I'm not even going to show it to you. So So right here for this fight, landing on this platform, enter the fight with a quick attack. Entered horizontally and then down right, kind of starting that quick attack on the right side of the platform in order to get onto the right side of the rotorant, and that is important because this rotorant doesn't have really a good range to actually hit me. And so here, just up smash, and then slightly walking backwards to get a double kill, and then the rotorant at the right just doesn't have that good range here because I locked it in place. And then that up smash kills that. And right here, nair it into this rotorant. Not hitting it into the rotorant doesn't really matter. If that's the case, then you can literally just up smash before this Rob on the right falls down. And then just up smash them together. And then this Rob is the last one that's left. I think a nair is probably more ideal, so I'd recommend a nair. But if you go for an up smash there, I probably would be careful if any items are in between you and that final Rob, because you can just randomly get a dash attack, and I've had that happen before, so that's why you see me walk instead of run. But if there is no items in between, then you can just run up and then input the up smash. But if there are items between you and the Rob, definitely just don't try to run. It will input an up smash if you, or it will input a dash attack even if you flick the C stick up with a run input. And then just quick attack onto the next section. All right. Just before showing the pause glitch version, I'm gonna get to the next fight here while showing up this pause glitch, which saves 2 to 2.5 seconds. This pause glitch, I stopped going for it for the longest time because I just mistime the ending, and I always just die in the blast zone or fall through the map at the very end because I just mistime it. It's 2 seconds of time save, so yeah, just don't recommend it. So right here, it's another one of those weird combination of momentum plus visual cue pause glitches. So I believe from this ledge, it's just a tournament winner, also known as just a ledge jump. And then it's just kind of a weird visual cue, I guess, at the peak of Pikachu's jump, because you'll have the latency delay with the input, because it seems like it's happening slightly later, or just kind of like follow the shadow, which is a little harder to see actually. So that, yeah, this one doesn't have too many good visual cues going for it. But if you get it, you ignore the left side entirely, and you go to the right. That fair, I'm sure, was very unintentional and should have been a nair. But you kill those Robs, and then that first Rob from the left will normally run or hover towards you, and then you just up smash everything. And then this is the part where I usually die at, because the Rob that spawns to the left, the second Rob, just follows me too closely, and I just fall through the map or hit the blast zone. So that's kind of why this is a sketchy one as well. And then you can't just sit here because the rotorant is too close. And you kind of just have to quick attack because the Rob will start following you. You just have to hope because the blast zone's right here, and then if you are a bit too late and you fall through the map, you can't recover because you quick attacked, and you'll just fall through the map.
There we go.
It's a very awkward one. I don't recommend it at all. Oops. I'll get back to it. Alright, so this is the ending auto-scroller here. This is probably another one of the more simpler ones. So on the auto-scroller platform, towards the ending, just always the visual cue has been stand on the gray area to the left. And then just before it kind of hits the indent here, just do a thunder. And then from the first frame, you should hit this glunder, and it should die to the top. Wait a good 2 seconds, jump thunder. And and that jump thunder is solely to get a T-jolt input and actually get a little bit more drift so that you can get off of this platform earlier. It's not much drift, but it's noticeable. And T-jolt into the button, and that's a fight. There is a method that I found out that saved around 1.5 to 2 seconds that involves going underneath here. It's fucking stupid. I wouldn't recommend it at all. I don't even do it. I haven't even seen it since I've done it and figured it out. But it saves like a second, and it's very weird. Just involves kind of like T-jolting further away and then just getting underneath and having well-timed quick attacks because you kind of have to time the height right. It's weird. So yeah, nothing really going for... What am I doing? There's a second one. Nothing really going on for that fight. So this fight with the metal pyramids is an annoying one because both Zero Suit, if you happen to die with Pikachu, would have to play Zero Suit, and Pikachu just aren't very well equipped for these enemies. So spawning to the fight, just running to the right, because you can just run right into this one spawning, and this one always lands on a platform, so you won't have the scare of it possibly hitting you, and these guys pack a freaking punch. So then just up smashing everything. I roll right so that I have more room to up smash kill this metal pyramid, because then it turns around. If I didn't roll, it probably would hit me, so that's why the roll was there. And then hopefully I can get these pyramids running into me so that I can just kill each other. And it's just constant up smashes. And then if I know that I didn't have this last one spawn, it will always spawn here, so that's why I position myself underneath it, because I know I know there was one more, and it's always this one normally. And just charge an up smash, and then I could probably nair that last hit, but it probably wouldn't really. It would effectively do the same. And then just move over to the end. So straightforward, just up smash everything. Avoid. You could do a nair to try to avoid stuff and just kind of like bob and weave. I've seen for some reason people like to down smash those primers. You will get a shit ton of end lag and get hit, most certainly. Don't down smash, please. Alright. That is the end of the early game stuff, and I've probably been doing this for 2 hours. I was not expecting this to take this long. And we have plenty left. I mean, a lot is just a single fight, thankfully. But we do have plenty left. And I did say I don't know how long it's going to take. I'm going to go into great detail and whatnot. The Lakeshore. Very, very interesting one. Fight 1. So, this fight, normally, if you see my runs, my full runs, I normally enter this auto-scroller with Pit and then SD to spawn in as Yoshi, because if I don't get the pause glitch, this fight is infinitely million times better to do as Yoshi than with Pit. Doing this with Pit is freaking horrific. So that is why I always SD after activating the auto-scroller. So right here with Yoshi just always crouching on the left side of the bomb bed, down tilting, down tilting. Shield stopping is slightly slower in this case, so you just go from running right or left into holding down for down tilt. And then after the right one's dead, then you have them spawning one at a time, going from middle right to left. So just face the middle, face the right, and then run to the left. Sometimes if you're a bit further away, this bomb bid always has you aggroed and will once it lands it will throw the bomb. People normally like to hold shield, do like a shield stop, and that works too. But if you're close enough and quick enough, you can just get the down tilt in time. So right here, aiming far left here, because now this wave of bomb beds, this one spawns. And then this is a risky strat here. Normally you can just nair or dash attack or down tilt this one. You can just keep down tilting if you like, or just dash attacking everything and probably get hit and deal with it. Or you can egg roll and kill all three of these and time it right so that you don't fall off and die with Yoshi. It's a risky egg roll. I mean, I'd recommend trying out, getting a feel for, but you could just dash attack everything. And then right here, going left and full hop into a down air. Down air is a really good kill move for the Greep here, mainly because it will send it upwards, and that is ideal because it normally hits the right spac here. And then we drift to the left for the left spac and up air it into the upper blast zone, which is the closest. And that's the fight with Yoshi. So just knowing where everything spawns and down tilting stuff at the beginning, going for this risky egg roll if you so choose to, if not just more down tilts or dash attacks or whatever. Jump, down air the Greep, keep drifting left to hit the left spac because the right spac will get killed by the Greep. Alright, so that's what happens whenever I don't get pause glitch. Now, whenever I do get the pause glitch, there's a very interesting situation here. I am showing one with Pit. This is because I do this for the IO record. Because it is the IO record kind of like requires the pause glitch. And it is optimal to have Yoshi alive in entering the auto scroller into the cave section of the lake shore. That's because we spawn in first as Yoshi and stay as Yoshi for the rest of the level, and that just saves time on loading and whatnot. So that's why I have one here with Pit that I solely do for the IL. That is, and if you don't do the if you do in full runs, I do still SD with Pit and wait for that for the fight with Yoshi, just in anticipation for not getting the pause glitch. But if I do the pause glitch, I just go all the way to the left in SD, and then I'll spawn in as Mario, and then sadly I'll lose a bit of time from loading when I get to the cave section because I'm not spawned in as Yoshi. So that's where that little bit of time loss comes in, but it saves a lot of time overall. As you can see, the difference is 4 seconds, something like that. So I'll just show you real quick what it's like with the IL. So pause glitch, the visual cue here has always been kind of weird. The visual cue I use here is, obviously you can tell when the platform stops or slowly begins to stop moving. I've always kind of like had a weird visual cue of like a little bit after this part of the background mountain shows up from the bottom. It's a hard visual cue to really understand. But when that happens, if you so happen to be playing Pit and so happen to go for this, because I mean, I'd still recommend it. It's one of the largest time saves for pause glitches. You just glide to your death, and you kill absolutely every enemy that was in the fight, like all of the dozen of them. And they spawn in as Yoshi, and then because you spawn in as Yoshi for the last part, that's you save time on that load. So that's the ideal thing for IOs. Kind of not for a full run, because you're not. I'm not expecting anyone to stay as Pit here while waiting for this fight, because Pit is very bad for the fight. So here, this isn't what I mentioned with Yoshi, where we go off and die. It's the same situation with Pit here in a full run, but there's actually a way where you can save Yoshi in order to save those 4 seconds. Oh, that was weird. In order to save those 4 extra seconds. It's very hard to time, and I never even go for it in a run. I just die. I just don't even bother trying to save the 4 seconds, because it also, if I mistime it too early, I could go back towards the vicinity of the fight, and an enemy will still be there. So instead, here, if I'm going to try to time it really well, full hop, egg toss, very specific timing before hitting the blast zone. I think probably just before the platform disappears from the screen, or just after. Egg toss, holding right, or maybe a tiny bit after. It seemed like maybe a tiny bit after the egg toss. The blast zone is essentially like right here. I'm like literally, my Yoshi's nose is in it, but his front of his nose, I think, doesn't have a hitbox in this game. And then flutter back, and then the fight ends. And then just having the perfect timing for this is so incredibly hard. And egg toss, that has to be well timed. If it's early, you're screwed. If it's late, you're screwed, because the platform is shrinking and it's moving down right, kind of. So then you literally magnet hands to be able to live with Yoshi. So that saves, that can be done in a full run and would save those extra 4 seconds from being able to load in as Yoshi for the next stage, or the next part of the level. It's just incredibly hard, so I just take the SD like I did with Pit and just save my 7 to 8 seconds for free, which I would recommend doing if you do this. Fight 2. Okay. So this one's very easy, I'd say. Just fall to the very right of the fight with the shade houses spawning, and there's a specific timing window that you can hit them when their swords aren't crossed, is pretty much when you can ever hit them for damage. And falling to the right, you're able to just run left after well timing when to start running and just get a double kill with the up smash. So pretty much started moving right as the swords appeared. Thing is, you're probably not going to frame perfectly see that. It's always been a feeling thing for me. I've even messed up the second kill before many times, so this has always been a feeling thing, but you get the hang of it. So then just running left, and then right underneath the first shade house. The second shade house will be in the range, because it will be trying to come towards you and spawn. And then before it even spawns, its blades, you can kill it. So you can kill shade houses super quickly. So just going to the right and then timing when to move left. And then just down being into the minecart below. That's pretty simple. Alright, let's go a little more convoluted fight. So this has such an awkward feel to it, honestly. It's always been kind of awkward, if I'm gonna be a little honest. So here we egg roll all the way to the right side of the fight. Up air this Fayish, and it actually doesn't kill the Tickens because they are kind of like mini tanks. So I actually do an up smash. And if the Fayish didn't hit into the Ticken, that single up smash wouldn't have killed it. So it kind of just like the damage adds on. That was purely lucky. I would have just jumped nair that Fayish. And then up air that the right Fayish spawning, going to the top of the platform and up smashing the Ticken. The left Fayish should naturally move towards you, so you should get that that double kill. And then probably you probably, because when the Tickens are flying, they have a weird hitbox on the bottom when they're flying. So if you were to charge an up smash, you would probably get hit by it. So I'd probably go for just a raw up smash earlier than you'd think, and then I would go for a platform drop up air. I could go for a platform drop up air right away because I hit it with the shell from luck. But right here, like you saw when I went for the up air, the bottom hitbox hit me. So it's kind of a weird hitbox. So I definitely go for an up smash here, and then a falling up air. And right here, I'd stay to the middle, because it's a lot more consistent. When the blades are open from spawning the middle Shados, go for the up air. Stick in the middle, and then just kind of like run back into the Shados with like an up smash or an up air or an air, and you'll normally kill it. I just kind of like poorly time that. When they always have it open, they'll just really die. They'll allow you to kill them. Because of the way the cave walls here are, I don't know what the best trajectory to send the Shados at. I think just doing an up air or up smash normally works. You probably could time a well-timed nair on the right side while like drifting to the right to send it leftward, because there's an open area there, and then once you die, it won't careen off the wall like to the right or to the top. That strat is actually used for the secret Shados that shows up probably like 30 seconds earlier right here, that spawns one of the 100% doors, and the strat there is actually to do a late nair to send it to the left to die quicker. So the same situation could be done for this Shados as well. I'd say that might be most optimal, but having that kind of timing is a bit difficult if you're watching this and you're like new to the game. Probably just up smash. And you just wait by the door and just run in. Alright, the pause glitch fight is absolutely weird. For saving 3 seconds, I don't go for it because it's weird, and literally you'll hear me count. That's how, when I have to count, it's very weird. So it's just a very weird visual timing that doesn't really have a good visual. There's audio delay in the clip. That's because I kind of had on my old computer, or well, even now, I have I record consoles with an original Elgato, which naturally has delay, and depending on the console, could be from half a second to a second. And I didn't change my settings because I was using emulators, so I didn't turn off the delay, so that's why there's a little audio delay, and I apologize for that. But the visual cue here, I mean, I really don't know. Just don't go for this pause glitch. But I would go here, go all the way left, kill the grounded enemies with up smashes, kill this Fayish, Hopefully this Ticken just waddles away so that I can ignore it. And then the blast zone is probably right here. So then I kind of go to the right, a little more left of this indent, of this rock wall. And then
1, 2.
count the 2. And then egg roll. Because that Ticken is the one that we're waiting to despawn from being the far distance away that I am. And then just egg roll. And I'm not going to go too much further into detail because it's one of the more weird ones that I don't even go for and wouldn't recommend anyone else going for. Alright. The Path to the Ruins fights. These are some quick fights.
By Wario.
So, alright. So here we are Lucas. And for this first fight, I always see people enter this fight, F smash one of the sides, F smash the right side or the left side of these enemies. And since Glunders, Gliers, and Glaces don't have much health, they'll just one-shot die from being careened by another enemy. I always see people F smash one side and then get hit by the pyramid that's on the other side. And there's a method to avoid that, and that is to be further away from one pyramid and then F smashing the one that's closer to you. That way you can avoid being in that close range of the pyramid automatically aggroing and wanting to attack you. So that's the one thing I see people like not realize. So that's why I shield stop. I continue to run and shield stop a little later than you'd expect.
By Wario.
So being on the right side here, being closer to this right side of this fight, F smash them. And because I was further away, this left pyramid either does the charge attack or doesn't attack at all. If I was in the middle or closer to it and I attack the right side, I definitely get hit. So then just right, and then just F smash. It's practically the same thing as that fight in the plane, pretty much. Jump over, all the way to the right, roll to the right. Hopefully these Nagagogs will run towards you. This middle one normally would. I think this left one has a chance of just staying still. Just F smash. Just keep F smashing. And then if you F smash a couple of times and have this trackball hit into the second Nagagog, it will almost always careen into the third one here. And then in order to not have it do its build up animation, whatever you want to, power up animation, whatever you want to call it, instead of running, shield stopping, and then doing F smash, that's a little too slow. In order to stagger him, to prevent him from doing that, because you saw how much end lag or hit lag that wasn't very much. So then, oh, hitting mute, oops. So then I opt for a dash attack instead, because you can see how little hit lag this actually causes it. So then if I were to do a shield stop F smash, I wouldn't have enough time before it powers up. So that is why I go for the dash attack into F smash. And then going into the third fight here, spawn in the fight, roll left twice, F smash the glider into fire pyramid, or well, them into the glider because you have the good range. And then I only waited because I couldn't jump because of the scope pyramid's attack. Fair. It doesn't really matter if you don't hit this glider or if you hit the scope pyramid. Kind of just like adapt on the spot. Just like if you don't hit the glider, then you just from here would just fair. Same thing here, which was just the okay, yeah, you just fall down and fair, and then fair, and then just F smash. Fairing is actually slower here because of the I think it's either It doesn't kill. I don't think a fair kills. I think it just kind of banks off the wall and lands here, if I remember correctly. That's why I do up smash, or F smash here. And then entering the fourth fight, do what we call a magnet boost. If you came to this video through the document, there should be a glitch explanation section, and in there should be what is known as the magnet boost, just a way to get some forward momentum super quickly with Lucas. Just reversing a reversing PK fire with forward momentum, and then doing a PK pulse, I believe, down B. It gives you the same direction if you hold down right or down left. It's just dependent on what direction you're moving. And that's how you enter the fourth fight. And then on the bottom platform on the left, roll the left ledge. And then right here, this is important, you want to delay that F smash. And that is solely because you want to kill this Armite with the second F smash. And if you F smash this glider too quickly, then you won't have time to really get that F smash to kill the Armite as well as the second wave of gliders. Because otherwise you would be able to F smash the gliders, but then as you're still in the end lag, the Armite will attack you because it's automatically aggroed. So that is why delay the first F smash. You have time to delay it because they don't activate their attack for a tiny bit. And then wait a little bit so that you get the Armite with the glider, and then they hit. Jump on the platform, roll to the left ledge so that you have a good position for this Armite, and then jump with a forward short hop. Ideally, you could do a full hop, but it's hard to land back in order to kill this right Armite with a forward air. So short hop, and then just falling down, and then double jump gives you the perfect height upon its spawn to forward air that one as well.
I guess I'm taking this with me.
And I guess so too. I mean, getting an item there is kind of useless. Just go back here again. Jump on the platform, roll left ledge, time that fair, then fall off the ledge, double jump, fair. Alright, that was pretty quick. Cave. Cave. This one had some unique optimizations with the fight. When I did this IL, I knew I could save a second or two if I did something right in the fight that I didn't do before, and I did get it in this IL, so it was kind of like on the spot. But it still can work ideally. And because it is a Twitch clip, it's going to be annoying to navigate. Or highlight in this case. So jumping off the ladder, shield stopping in the middle, going to the left first, up smashing the left enemies, the Paratroopa and the Goomba, I think. And then actually, instead of up smashing, dash attacking with the Yoshi is very, very good. So here, dash attack, Goomba and the Paratrooper and the Hammer Bro and this and that. F smash that Hammer Bro, even though it was hit by the Goomba is not very heavy, so it's not going to kill. So doing that F smash, doing another dash attack to the left, and then having that Paratroopa lose its wings so that when I actually kill it, it will stay there in its shell was just really good timing, because I think I use it to my advantage. So then I could just throw it to the left. What I would have done is just move. If I didn't get that shell there, I would have just moved to the left and F smashed left these enemies, and hopefully it doesn't go hopefully this right hammer bro doesn't jump and go over the enemies. Hopefully they both careen into him. So that's what I would do if I didn't get that shell. Oh, well, I forgot about that Goomba. So you would F smash and then probably just dash attack that Goomba. And then all four of them would probably just hit into each other. It's such an awkward fight that just having it all go correctly is very weird. Essentially, if you're just Oonga Boonga-ing this, just dash attack a bunch, I'd say. Dash attack is pretty decent here. So this one has pause glitch in it. So I'm actually... Right? Do I not have...
Oh!
Oh wait, I'm stupid. Sorry. I'm like, why don't I have the pause glitch for that fight? But there's another fight in the room after, or the beginning of the room. Sorry. So here, entering the fight from a double jump, and then slowly walking, I think, and slowly walking to the start because we immediately turn around and do one of those grab releases again to a shell pod, and then just up smashing, and then another grab release, up smashing all the paratroopers, up smashing this glider and paratrooper together. These gliders are kind of on a timer, so you're not really too worried about killing everything so quickly. But the ideal thing here is try to get a throwable item, because instead of waiting here, you can just chuck one, like well-timed chuck one. It's always been a feeling for me whenever I get an item. Chuck it down, kill that last glider. If not, if you don't get a throwable item, you have to sadly lose 2 seconds and just sit up here and crouch position and do a down tilt. And just down tilt when it comes up here. Get an item, just chuck it down there. That is pretty straightforward. Hey, we're like halfway done. It's probably been over 2 hours, I'm not sure. Alright, fight 3. So, we're coming up on the pause glitch that saves less than 5 seconds that I would recommend. So, if you're not doing it though, and entering this fight with an egg roll, hold left right after the button to hit into the giant Goomba, and then do an up smash. I'm not too sure if after hitting it once, if you start hearing thunder, that's because, like I said before, we were in a severe thunderstorm earlier tonight, and I guess still are. And if there's a tornado, then I'll have the recording live. But now after egg rolling into the giant Goomba, you do probably a nair, but it might not kill, I'm not sure. If not, just up smash like I did here. Run into the right Goomba, up smash into dash attack or nair, should kill. Whatever gives you forward momentum, because it's only just those two enemies. Into an egg roll. Alright, so this is the one pause glitch that's under 5 seconds that I would recommend going for. So instead of...
I'm gonna go for the pause glitch. I'll lose time if I miss it.
Well, I did go for it, but instead of holding left after the button, I'd say continue holding right. The visual cue is just not really that consistent. There's not really a good visual cue other than just pausing after hitting the button. It's a tiny bit after hitting the button. And if that happens, just keep holding right.
Oh!
And then just hit into the giant Goomba. And then up smash the giant Goomba. And then start egg rolling. Instead of hitting it with a nair or a dash attack like before, the trajectory is different, and if you egg roll right after getting out of the end lag, you'll hit the blast zone. So that's why up smash there. Because the blast zone is like right here, and I just barely hit it. And if you just up smash, you always avoid it. And just egg roll.
I got the.
And then just a convenient damage boost. Like everything in this IO went right, except for like kind of the ending here, sadly. But yeah, just very basic, straightforward.
The pause glitch. I'll lose time if I miss
Just another straightforward, just hit into the Goomba and up smash, egg roll. Alright. The Ruins. This is another like multi-fight level, just like Path. So here we go. Entering this auto-scroller room with Lucas. Stay in the middle of the platform. You can kind of just determine that by being in between these middle lines. You can just kind of line it up with the middle of the level. Kind of like very standard. So this has a very specific, not too specific, but just you want to time it. You just want to delay this up smash.
if I get.
This is a feeling for me, but I wait half a second for the fight to start, and then I charge an up smash. This is because if you immediately do an up smash right away, sure, the rotor will die, but the hitbox won't stay out long enough to hit into the Armites. So just fully charge up smash, just completely as you see holding A the entire time. Just charge the up smash completely. And it will hit both of the Armites and stay out long enough to actually take the cap off of the second auto lance. Which is very convenient timing, because then you don't even have to charge the second up smash here. You just tap like I am here, just straight up just keep tapping it for it to come out, and then kill all three of them there. So that's very consistent. Just wait half a second for the first up smash and remember to charge it completely. Here,
Really just RNG.
left platform. Probably. Should maybe go back there because the raw recordings of like IO records are a bit louder, I think. I kind of messed with the audio before starting the recording. But yeah, going on the left ledge of this platform, F smashing just before or just after the fight starts. If you wait a little bit because of this Boberus is not aggroing you, it prances around, you can actually hit it into it, but it essentially really does nothing. It doesn't kill, it just kind of puts it further back. So I'd recommend just F smashing right when the fight starts. And then forward airing the left Armite into the right Armite, and then when you're coming down, this is for some reason a bit difficult to get. Sometimes if you're positioned badly, the Armite might start attacking you right here, and if you forward air, you'll only get the Boiberus here. You won't get both of them. So I guess you just kind of have to go earlier than normal, jumping into them. And then you can just get a forward air there. It's a hard forward to get there. Going back into the middle of the platform, we have the Shados round. So right here, don't do anything, stay neutral. When they cross their swords, that is when you tap the up C-stick button for an up smash, uncharged. Because by the time the hitbox comes out, they will be trying to attack you and their swords will be opened. The Armite will come out completely. Same exact thing for the second wave. See, they close their swords, and then the frame they start opening them, the hitbox is already out. And that's the fight. Pretty standard. Alright, we're about to fly through the next couple of levels in the next half hour, probably. This is probably going to end up being a 3.5, maybe 4-hour video. So now we have Fight 2 of Wilds 1. So this is some giant pyramids. So starting from the right before this auto scroller ends here, starting from the right, how I look at it is above the player 2 entry symbol. If you want to look at it like that, start jumping before the fight starts, and just naring the first big pyramid. The second big pyramid that spawns isn't dependent on the first one, it's just the timer, so you can take as long as you want for like 2 seconds. And then start jumping again immediately, and then what I like to do here, because there's a glide towards the end that is started here normally, I like to do jumping up airs to do some big damage, or not big damage, some little chip damage on the big pyramid, and then get another jumping nair in, and then initiate a glide while it's careening across. There's no way to die from initiating the glide and waiting for the big pyramid to die. To make sure. Okay. Because I accidentally hit the control button next to my keyboard, and I think I have stop recording on the number pad right next to the keys, so I have to be cautious. But yeah, just nairing and up airing pretty much. So you're going for the glide to the ending of this section of Wilds 1. Just wanna up air to gain the height, up air jump to gain the height, and nair to completely kill it. You could completely kill it with up airs, but it's kind of worthless. You don't need so much height to get so much speed. I mean, you get the same amount of speed when you dip all the way down into and then go back and then set back up into a horizontal state. It's just, it is the difference. It's a difference in distance, but in this case, it doesn't matter. You'll get the distance because you do another dip anyway. And just shuttle loop to activate the glide. So that's that. Alright, so this is another one of those exceptions. This is for the Wilds 2. So this is home to the Wilds 2 auto-scroller skip, or POW skip, that is done in POW. That skips the fight that starts the auto-scroller once you complete it, and the fight that ends the auto-scroller. So I will be showing both of them here for anyone watching this that is on NTSC. If you're on PAL, learn the auto-scroller skip. It is so easy, especially with Yoshi. We used to use Kirby because we didn't know Yoshi was faster. Yoshi was timed to be faster and much easier if you do end up doing PAL. But here, I believe this is from the current NTSC record.
57.
Yeah, because I don't play NTSC at all. Like, have rarely touched it since POW skip was founded over 4 years ago. So, entering the fight.
7 pace.
This might not be that optimal just solely because I haven't really done this fight more than maybe 2 times in the last 4 or so years. So here,
don't want.
You just run all the way to the right because this shell pod's not aggroing you because it spawns so far away, so it's one of those grab releases again. And then going to the shell pod because you want to target them first because they take the most amount of time to kill, and these Fayish will just normally walk towards you. Then you can just kill them together. That was just kind of bad timing. If I was further into the shell pod, it would go more towards me, and then the shell pod's hitbox would push me out enough to just get an up smash on both of them.
Excuse me?
So yeah, well, it was just more up smashing and stuff.
I don't know why.
So here, obviously, SD is Yoshi to spawn in his pit for the second part. And here we have the ending
So
auto-scroller.
behind Ducky now.
Should probably do this.
Now.
So getting slightly into the blast zone here. Here, F smash is decent. I think the more optimal choice is to forward air because they spawn in the air.
I can save a lot.
But F smash works. There's 4 of them that spawn. I think doing a forward air is more optimal. You probably could do a double forward air rather than doing the amount of F smashes I did, and then spawning back to the left, or moving back to the left to kill this Armite, and a simple back air or forward air kills. Doesn't matter which blast zone it lands into, because you're kind of like far back and still drifting. So yeah. So that was the Wilds 2. And those are the fights that you have to do if you're not on PAL. And then in between that is an annoying minute, probably 10-second autoscroller. How fun. Alright, the swamp. So these are 3 fights in a row here. Alright, this fight has kind of had a weird history. I've never really super delved into this fight to optimize it. I just kind of had a feeling of optimization over time. It's hard to explain because it's never been super looked into it in depth. It's such a weird fight in terms of elevation. But over time I kind of understood it. But also if you get a hammer, that's the most optimal way to do this fight. If you get a hammer, just kill everything. Because the blast zone that's up is very close. The ceiling blast zone is pretty close. So hitting them with the hammer just sends them upwards. So here, just walking in or running into the fight, that roll didn't really matter. Up airing, double jump, up airing, quickly double jump, up airing, the hammer bro and the flow at the top here, landing, and then getting a quick up smash. You have to be really quick, so you have to fast fall and deal with that like landing lag in order to kill this hammer bro quickly enough. So then up smash that hammer bro, it careens into the other hammer bro, so then you even can just do a normal just weak nair like I did here, or you can do a strong nair, doesn't matter. And then F smash here with that puppet coming in close contact and the flow, and it will just hit into the bullet bills. And right here is where my IL messed up. I tried, because I know there's another bullet bill here, I tried to get a reverse bear hitbox into this bullet bill, because getting a back air hitbox has a diagonal angle, and where the bullet bill is, I did that because I did it once by accident, and if I got the backwards hitbox, I would have it sent here into this bullet bill. But if you're in the same situation, just up air. Just up air. Because that just lost me nearly 2 seconds. Probably like a second and a half. Alright, so another recap because it is a little convoluted. When you run into the fight, double jump super quickly. You saw how close or how close to the ground that double jump input was. So double jump into the hammer bro and flow super quickly, and then fast falling into this hammer bro with an up smash, there, F smash, up smash, or up air that puppet. Don't try to go for what I did. And that's that. If you want to see a real quick funny, here's Diddy dying. Funny. Okay. Fight 2. So you enter this fight through the sliders, and I think I have the pause glitch version. I do have it linked. It's stupid. Don't recommend going for it. I don't recommend going for any of these. I mean, the time save is barely even a time save at all, and it's just stupid. But when you enter the fight here, what I like to do is when I'm like on these, because you're in a slider chain, you're a slide launcher chain. If you hold a direction, it doesn't have any influence on the direction, except when after the last one, after the initial animation is kind of like determined. So I always hold when I'm on these slide launchers left, and then on this last one I spam air dodge, and that's because I want to have a clean landing. So you always, if you're in tumble animation and you want to have a clean landing, always air dodge. And I'm holding left here so that I turn around left, and then I like release as I'm turning around so that I'm neutral, so that I'm just sitting here. And then jump and back air this right hammer bro, move towards this left one. By the time you get towards it, it will be in that timer because it's aggroing you, so it will do its jump, and you can just follow through with a double jump up air, kind of like Fox Puff style, and then land back on here to the right of the fox icon, or a little bit to the left of the middle of the slanted platform, and then do a forward smash onto the right hammer bro, and then a forward smash onto the left hammer bro. And that positioning is crucial, otherwise you might end up landing into the slide launcher, which you may think is ideal. It really isn't. It puts you, if you land in it, it lands you like right under here, and if you kept holding right, I think you actually go under the barrel if you do a jump even. So it's not optimal to land into that slide launcher with that F smash. You just kind of want to avoid it. Just illusion into the barrel. Oh, I just realized I broke the protocol. I forgot Fight 1 had a pause glitch. Alright, I'll show the Fight 1 and 2 pause glitches right now. They're stupid. Don't go for them. So this is another like weird kind of like momentum visual cue off of a roll from the ledge. In this case, it's a jump. So it's right before hitting the ground here. This one's so wonky. Up bearing, up bearing, up smashing. So two up airs on the puppets, and then the flows following through with an up smash, and then jumping over that bullet bill, and then doing a jump and then a double jump into an early fox illusion is just far enough before hitting the blast zone, which is just to the right of this ladder, I believe, and then ends the fight, and then you die because you spawn into the Diddy fight, the giant Diddy fight as Diddy to save time anyways, so not like it matters. So yeah, that's the most I'll go over that one because it's really stupid. It saves barely anything. Same with this one. So this is just not really much good visual cue at all either. I don't really think I have a visual cue. Kind of like when you think Fox is in between the right end of this platform in the middle here. So same starting, except you don't have to kill the left enemies because of the distance rule, obviously. And so just kill it, then wait for the other the other hammer bro. That spawns right around here, and then back air it, and then you just have to have decent timing with that fox illusion. Because if I go early, because I can go early in order to hit the hitbox for the getting into the barrel, but the blast zone's like right here, so you have to have good timing. And also, you have to have good spacing, otherwise you will be put into this barrel, and it actually loses time. So, yeah. Back air, and having good spacing, fox illusion, good timing. Who cares? I hate that one. Alright, third fight towards the end. So this has a specific position that I want to be in. I land on the top platform, I roll to the left ledge, and then I roll right once. And that puts me on the right half of the top platform here. I let the fight go. I'm neutral, and then this is all timing. This is all timing, and it is timing within a few frames because it's so easy to mess up here. It really is. So right when the Goomba lands is when I do an F smash to the right, and then F smash to the left, F smash to the right, F smash to the left. Now, even though they seemed like they were all just like constantly flicked one after the other, sometimes that timing could screw you, and sometimes the paratroopers here could just not die for some reason. Because paratroopers in this game are very weird. In order for them to completely despawn, they have to be one-shot killed with a move that can one-shot kill them, or if they keep getting hit over and over and not dying, or if you hit them with a move and they don't go back into their shell, and then you hit them with another move and they careen off stage, they'll respawn. So the only way to really kill them is to one-shot kill them or get them in their shell and then throw them off the stage. But sometimes that doesn't even work either. So paratroopers are super coded so weird in this game. So you ideally want to just try to one-shot them. So I'll go over it again. So roll the left ledge and then roll right once. Wait for the Goomba to spawn. F smash right, F smash left, F smash right, F smash left. And then right here, there's another Goomba spawning here. It can spawn in different places on this left side. It can spawn in the middle here. It's never spawned low. It's always in the middle or very high. So I always anticipate that positioning with with an early full hop jump here, just before hitting this ledge on the breakable blocks on the bottom. And ideally you want the high spawn here, because then you can just get a very easy strong hit into it that would one-shot kill it. If not, then, and if you mistime it, then you will damage it and its wings, and will fall down into the water and respawn, and that's just trouble. So right here, I just full hop and then time and double jump in there to one-shot it. And that ends the fight. First time I drank water at all doing this. So yeah, it seems very simple, but sometimes the timing can just get you for some reason. It's an interesting one. Alright, we're actually getting close to the end. I didn't realize how quick I blew through some of these. Probably have like a half hour to go, actually. Not that long. Alright, Ancient Ruins. Getting towards almost the late game section. Just one fight. And then the Horde, obviously. It's right here. I attempt to pause glitch, but obviously didn't get it. It's right here. If you're entering the fight, you're running all the way to the right. And then there will be two shell pods, and you do the exact same 3 set of moves to both of them. Run into this one with an up smash, down smash, F tilt. Why that specific? Because, well, the shell pod obviously needs a lot of damage to be hit. That running up smash just gives you so much traction because you're Falcon, so you have that traction. And doing that down smash instead of that F tilt is the weaker of the two. And when the shell pod has its shell, obviously it's stronger. So you want that down smash. You can't do 2 F tilts because you'd save time from not doing a down smash. You would need 3 F tilts, and that's slower. So that's why it's a down smash into F tilt. and then the exact same thing. You just run forward because this Rob Blaster will turn around and initiate an attack, and if you're really close to it, you'll get hit by it frame one and just fly off the right, and then if you have a little bit of damage, you literally die. You can literally be holding left and you die still. So that's why it's another one of those run really quickly. So you'll see by the input display, like you saw the slight tap to the right and to the up smash here. And then see how close this is from hitting. If you do this and do it quick enough, the blast will kind of like counteract your hitbox, and it won't damage you at all. Just down smashing hits both Shell Pod and the Rob Blaster, and then another F tilt. And then for some reason, I don't know why this always causes that weird landing lag, like extreme landing lag. I don't know why. I'm not sure how to avoid it. It's always been super weird for some reason. Alright, pause glitch version. Saves, what, 2 to 3 seconds? It's in the IO record. So again, oh my. I mean, even for 480p quality, this is not that good, I'm sorry. I am recording high quality though, so it should be decent. Maybe. So again, entering the top where the fight is, not through the ladder because it's slower. And the visual cue here is to roll. It's the same exact thing as it was for that second fight in the forest, but slightly more delayed pressing pause because the trigger is a bit further out from that roll. So after getting this, I wouldn't recommend doing this in a full run because the Auroros that spawn here, it just depends on your distance and height when they attack you. So that's the problem with doing this in full runs. Because if you get hit by an Auroros, you only say like 1 second rather than like the 2 seconds it does. So running back left, jumping off the ledge, jumping with a full hop, timing a side B or Raptor boost, and aiming it right. So just having a well-timed Raptor boost to avoid getting hit by one of the Auroros. And then this is an interesting one. If you time everything right, you're literally 1 or 2 frames before hitting the blast zone actually. So yeah, that just completely kills the 2 shell pods. Pretty much. Just run off. Probably like when you're inside of this Auroros, I'd say, then do the Raptor boost, but I mean, no one's gonna do this probably in a run. And then just start running, and then just barely miss the blast zone. And that actually doesn't have the landing lag that is caused kind of from the F tilt or something from the normal fight. I really don't know. It's very, very, very weird. Horde fight time. This is the second to last horde fight. Alright, so spawning is Falcon with DK second. DK second is important. Let me go back. Buffer right input for dash. Or actually, no, you don't, because you spawn in the air. So you just keep holding right so that you get better drift towards the enemies. And then you dash. And then dash attack before the first enemy so that you hit both of these 2 pyramids. And then hopefully if you have everything spaced right, you can just literally down smash everything. And then you're in a great position for the start of the next wave that you can just also down smash again. The scope pyramid on the right and the one on the left both don't matter for spawning the next wave of enemies after these. But if you can just kill them early from this, that's really good. So then right here, what would have been smarter would have been to probably do a RAR back air of this sword pyramid into this scope pyramid, or just a shield stop down smash. Because like I said, this scope pyramid doesn't need to be killed to start spawning the second wave enemies. Like you saw Trellon spawn before that pyramid even died. Trellons, you just kind of jump in the air and down air them. You could play it a bit risky and try to time a down smash with this also simultaneously spawning bomb beds. You just need a really good timing for the down smash to actually hit the Trellons, because once you are 1 pixel into their hitbox, they will hit. They're like a fox shine almost. So that's why there's some down smash, and sometimes that just happens. Just wanna just down air them, and then down smash bomb beds. And then after hitting the last one, either bringing it off to the blast zone or hitting it off, you run off with Falcon and die. And that is to despawn these Shados, because if there's no apparent character around, they just have no purpose. And they just fly away. And with that spawns the next wave, which is perfect for DK actually, because it's a bunch of careening enemies into each other. So you just go Unga Boonga down B for the first half. And if you have amazing RNG, if you get Mushroom with DK, I mean, it's one of the best characters to get a big mushroom with, honestly. But if you didn't, you just still down B until one of these specs hit you, because in that case you would get launched up a little bit, and then you can just double jump up air into them like so, and then going back and down airing whatever's left, up airing whatever's left in the sky, and then just Unga Boonging down B the remaining enemies, pretty much. So very straightforward. Dash attacking these two enemies into each other, and then if you have the spacing right with the first down smash, the second down smash should kill these 3 enemies. Then probably a shield stop there, or down at smash if you're in the same situation. If not, then probably just a running roar bear. And then just double jump there. Just who cares about the end lag of down airing, because those down smashes are risky. Then just down smashing the bomb beds once the last one is killed or careening off. Then die with Falcon, spawning as DK, move to the middle and Unga Boonga until you get hit by a SPAC probably. And then up air the SPACs, keep down being whatever's on the ground, up airing the remaining SPACs, down being some more. Alrighty, that's that. Hopefully the severe thunderstorm did not cut off.
3 years or
okay.
something.
Maybe a little slow. Alright, so for this fight in Glacial Peak, there's actually a slightly faster method that I did not include. That's in my IL record. It's not, I mean, it's not too impractical. It's just, I wouldn't really recommend going for it, because the normal strategist has been so consistent every time, because sometimes people don't properly understand how to defeat the Shados. But that's why I have this linked instead of what I did in my IL record. That's slightly faster. It's kind of like also a very inconsistent despawn strat for one of the Shados. It's not very consistent, so that's why I have this here. Also, it's the only Subspace any percent record I have unlisted, because it's the unforbidden, as you can see, 2-second record. So I'm not proud of it at all. It's really stupid. Thank God I came back and demolished it, I think, the next day. But yeah, so jumping up to the starting platform with an up B or shuttle loop with Meta Knight, sticking to the middle,
Oh,
waiting for the middle one to spawn. Literally don't even touch the control stick.
I'm pretty
Come
satisfied.
back, move left, and then you can just instantly just jump in there because once you're in their range, they will just want to attack you. So
With the 155. I don't
so then just jump there,
count a 155.
stick to the left because that's the one you killed first, or the right, whatever one you want.
But it was
There, same thing there, there, same thing there.
So
And then go to the left into the blast zone.
cool.
And then down smash that Glice. And because they're fragile, they will die
with that.
from one another. And then you can just be into the next section. So very simple. Has been the main strat for such a long time until I stumbled across weird methods to despawn and a shade house or two in that fight that I would not recommend at all. So yeah, it's a very consistent fight for annoying enemies, which is really cool. Alright, Canyon Horde. I hate this horde to death. It is so bad. Alright. When me and MK Cocoon thought of Kirby potentially being faster than Yoshi, because Yoshi had been used for the longest time until, as it is here, April 2021, Kirby was actually found to be faster because he could do the ending a lot more consistent with like actual strats rather than Yoshi, which Yoshi had always been up smash Oonga Boonga. But with Kirby here, it's a lot easier. But you actually have to pay attention in order to save the time, really. So we went back and forth on this IL in April last year. I improved it like 6 times in that week. This is one of them. This is just probably the one that I picked because it's the easiest to explain. So from spawning with Kirby, left side here, in order to manipulate some of the enemies to jump towards you, ideally what you want. And then just F-smash them. And then if sometimes they may not be participating, going to the right side is ideal. And then doing just a raw up smash on the Armites, I think actually kills them. So then just up smashing here for individual kills because it's kind of convenient rather than waiting. And then there's just one more, so you'll notice the next wave will start when there's 3 little indicators, 3 little indicator dots here. So then roll to the left ledge, up smash once, wait a tiny bit so that you can up smash the left big pyramid into the other pyramid, but it's a half and half whether he'll jump to you or stay put. If he stays put, then that sucks. You just jump over to him and do like a bear into up smash situation. Then stick to the right here, more bears, bear them into each other, and then jump all the way to the top to bear the puppets. And falling down back down to the ground, or continually burying them into each other. And then going back to the right side if you're on the left side. If you're further away than just from the ledge, then you might be screwed and not properly do this fight strat right. So this is where like the big time save between Yoshi and Kirby come from, because Yoshi does not have a good moveset for this specific wave, but Kirby actually does. So, and Kirby also loads faster than anyone else. So it's right here. We want to back air the opposing gliders into each other. Even though I missed there, it didn't really matter because they're not, the gliders that are spawning underneath them aren't dependent. They're just kind of like on a timer right now. And then while the second set is happening, I back air early-ish because they can have a little, I think they can die from a weak hit actually. And I actually hit the Armite because if I don't, then he'll hit me and the whole strat is ruined with Kirby. So then, so like having that doesn't matter because it's on a timer really. So then burying the Armite, that first Armite is really the only problematic part about this. And then burying the set of puppets together while the other gliders are spawning in. Kind of same situation on repeat. And that's pretty much that wave with Kirby, which is significantly better than Yoshi. And then double jumping into side B hammer with Kirby for the Rodorant. And then it's just a bunch of up smash and F smash. Nothing really consistent here. That soccer ball was nice. Just a bunch of up smash and F smash, and if you're lucky, you can get a big mushroom, which normally actually does spawn more most often. Take it from top. Just manipulate by running to the left into the wall, and then once most of them are gone, head to the right side. Start up smashing or F smashing everything. That more enemies spawn, because kind of just unlucky. Then just wait for them or do proper moves. When the big pyramids spawn in, just roll left, up smash. Hopefully he jumps over. If he does, wait a tiny bit and do another up smash to hit them both and to collide. If not, then jump to the left and just up smash him. Hopefully stick to the right, back air 5 pyramids into each other, and then back air puppets together, and then try to back air them, and then start moving to the right. And then start back airing the gliders together, try to time early with the Armite, back air the puppets while waiting for the other set of gliders, and then pretty much repeat. Hammer Rodorant, and then up smash, F smash the big pyramids. Can just keep moving back and forth and manipulate, or just only once. It's just a guessing game, really. Alright, that one took a while. Alright. Interior.
Save I gotta add.
Alright. So the starting of this fight has two different versions. One has the snake skip version, where in the previous room, you can utilize snake to skip the entire objective of the room of destroying the 3 portals and hitting the 3 buttons. And then spawning into this room with snake. In that case, the strat would be to buffer roll left, back air the enemy that is spawning, the sword pyramid that's spawning here, back air it, and then you would be just before landing on this platform. Actually, no, not rolling with snake. You would just stay neutral like I am with Meta Knight here, and then back air, and then just SD, so you spawn as Meta Knight, because Meta Knight's faster for the rest of the level. But in this case, anyone not going for snake skip, which I assume literally everyone, unless someone in 2025 comes by and watches this, you stay stationary with Meta Knight when entering this fight. And then you go to the right, and since the Meta Knight has no moves that one-shot kill sword pyramids, it doesn't really matter what you do because it will be sent the same direction with a nair and a fair.
I barely am gonna be.
So you just fair it, and then try to like manipulate them into running towards you and then roll away from them so that you get a down smash to kill them off stage. So it's kind of essentially like one shot KOing them, but it's a little slow, but it's faster than sending them away with one attack and then having to go after them to attack them again. So that's kind of the whole idea, is just manipulating so these sword pyramids close to the ledge and then rolling rolling to the opposite side and just down smashing or doing whatever to send them off with one hit. But there's also these shados you have to pay attention to, and that's why I stay on the middle and then one of the middle platforms here is I wait for it to spawn and nair, and luckily enough we have enemies colliding with each other, so that's why this pyramid dies right away. And then immediately another shadow spawn, and just immediately right away, ideally you want to nair. I got hit slightly, but it didn't really matter. So another jump nair, and then if you're quick enough, you can get this spawning shadows, and then we have one more, another nair timed, and then right here, just down smash, and luckily I got some weird detection there to actually get a collision. And then normally there'll be another one last spawning at the right, just another fair, and then going to the middle, unlucky, just getting another last one spawned with and then just fairing to death. And then an auto lance will spawn in the middle, and you can just easily anticipate that with just a jumping nair. And then it's such a weird hitbox because you can do a jumping nair and one shot kill it. It's like it's something to do with the rising nair hitbox. I don't know, it's weird, but normally you just two shot it, nair it, and then the door will be on the right platform and just enter. So yeah.
Anymore.
Just delaying that first jump to that sword pyramid on the right or the left, and then trying to manipulate pyramids towards the ledge, and then just rolling away and hitting them off stage. Sticking to the middle platforms to get rid of the sword pyramid or the shados first, because they can be more problematic actually. And then neutral layer and the auto lance in the middle. So that's that. Exterior. So, doing the fight this perfectly can grant you entering the door at the end at the best possible cycle. I have only ever done it once, and it was in this IO. I had almost done it twice in, I think, a marathon, but I messed up one little bit of movement, barely. But having the fight go this well in order to make that cycle early is just crazy. So here we go. Spawning as Sheik. Just run straight right. And up smash the scope pyramid in the right. Slightly moving right so that you position yourself into this pyramid, because they normally do fall from the platforms. And the spawning scope pyramid on the right. Having this pyramid get a bit of damage is lucky. I mean, not all of this luck will happen. But after this, this pyramid will spawn here. Jump nair, do a late nair so that the strong hit hits. If the weak hit hits, it doesn't kill. This is just a lucky jump. It had damage dealt already, and then it landed into the weak hit of the nair, so just pure luck. And then, like before, up smash the sword or the scope pyramid there, and then two more pyramids will spawn, another up smash there, and you should, even if like not that good luck has happened, you should still be on the left side after all the pyramids. So then you run to the right into the group, and unlike in Sea of Clouds, for one-shotting it, you actually don't, because you want to careen it into the right puppet. So that's why you do the what is it? The up smash inside of it, and then do a jumping forward air that careens it into the right puppet, and at the same time you move to the left, and the puppets, in order to one-shot them, the only move that one-shots puppets with Sheik is the strong hit of Nair. So you have to delay Nair a decent amount in order to one-shot it. So as you see, I'm literally not nairing until I'm inside the puppet. So that's the only way it will be one-shot killed. Kill it left, and then you roll left because both of the puppets, second puppets spawn. And then you nair it again, and then we'll hit the right puppet, and the puppet will just naturally fall down a little. So then I can just run on the bottom platform and then go for another nair, and it's actually faster to do a full hop rather than a short hop because you land on this platform, because this platform reappears after the fight, and just land back on it. And that's the fight. It's just, this IO got decently lucky, pretty much. So just up smashes, well-spaced up smashes, just kind of luck. Running up smash, fair creep. Late delayed nairs into the puppet's hitbox, or hit range, so that they actually do one-shot die. Full hop here instead of short hop. And that's that fight. So now we're blasting through these, but we're almost done. Bomb Factory 1. This is another one where luck could just be of a gigantic benefit, and is so the case in this IO record, that I'm never touching again. So normally, entering the fight, I fall off the platform of where the Rob is and start a quick attack. Go to the right, do an up smash. It should kill the two Rob blasters. Lucky bomb plus mushroom, but just jumping there, drifting backwards. Normally here, wouldn't have the bomb, so just do an up smash, and that should kill all three of these. Hopefully, I think. So just up smash after drifting with the nair from that third Rob. And then there would normally be two Robs that spawn here, but the bomb was so good it just killed both of them. So I didn't have to even worry about them. Right here, just wait, just move left where I am right now, and just up smash with Pikachu, and then just move right and kill the other Rob here. Then you just move to the right. Quick attack to the end. So it's pretty straightforward. Up smash, nair, pretty much it. Easy to understand. Alright, fun level, aka not fun level. Alright. So, there's a slightly faster strat for this fight that is similarly the same as in this IO, but you have to get here a little quicker in order for the far right Rob sentry that's going to spawn in this fight to spawn on top of the platform. So, and that involves a damage boost at the start from one of the Rob sentries, which I actually can just show, and just landing cancel by SDIing down right onto these boxes. And it's slightly faster than just holding right and air dodging. So coming into this fight is a dash attack onto the bomb block, double jump, up B, just delay it a little bit so you don't land on this platform. You want to land on this, don't want to land on any moving platforms. Fall off, back air this right sentry Rob, and then jump into an up air on the middle, or launcher Rob. And then this one's a little tricky with this up air, because you want to do like a super quick double jump up air to avoid the missile and get the up air to hit in the left direction. Go back to the middle, run to the right, and then up air the metal pyramid on the right. He'll either stay put, do his wind-up jump or do his instant jump, and you just have to adapt on the spot. And in order to actually hit him or kill him quickly, you just kind of have to adapt if he's going to do that. If he's going to do his instant jump, you just kind of wait it out. But in this case, I was lucky enough. Well, it didn't really do anything, but I mean, I'm showing you this for a reason, so you could just pretend he's killed right now, I guess. So then falling off this platform, up air the rotor, normally it doesn't one-shot kill, and in that case, it's just an up air into instant down smash. And then some ideal times, you'll have the last two enemies, which are that last Metal Pyramid and the Auto Lance, collide into each other to end the fight. But I guess I chose this one because it's kind of like more common for what to happen during the fight. I guess so. I believe this is, yeah. Also show the second fight here. So entering the fight is normal. Stay to the right because of the flow that spawns second, which is the right one. So you just charge and up smash slightly. And then go to the middle and then hold and charge up smash so that you're in place to kill all three of these at once. Right here, this was before I even really paid attention to items in this fight. If you ever get an item that's throwable, like a hothead or star rod or lightsaber or a baseball bat, you just pick it up and chuck it at the button, which I've started doing recently in Bomb 2 ILs. But before, this is where the IO kind of messes up, but before that, I would just come over here and dash attack into the blue button. But if you do have a good item spawn, like I did with that star rod, could have just picked it up and chucked it. It would have been in the range to hit the blue button. So yeah, that's one of those standard disease fights. Now we have into some fun stuff. Pause glitch. Well, this before the pause glitch. So this is my most recent IL actually, because I kind of been messing with the pause glitch in this. And I also really want to get 144 best theoretical time, which is literally 10 seconds away. In order to make the next best theoretical time video, BTTV2. But yeah, this is the most recent of the bunch. So here, in this auto-scroller, once I reach the top with this platform, I'm on the left side, slightly towards the middle. That is kind of important. Missed the pause glitch there. That pyramid could either jump into me or stay put, and you just have to adapt on the spot. If it's staying put, then run off the left side of the platform and up air it, and it will careen into the right fire pyramid, and that's important. The same situation here, you have it careening into this. I turn around and I up air this pyramid that's landing, spawning again here into this one, and then I'm instantly jumping off the left ledge of the platform, wall jumping here, so no double jump yet. And you don't double jump at all if you don't go for the pause glitch here. If you get that kill off of those two pyramids together, all you have to do after getting the up airs, all you do is a single full hop into a wall jump into an up B. And what that does is the last pyramid of the fight, you spawns into you hitting them with an up B. It launches them very slightly upward where the blast zone is. So you barely avoid the blast zone while hitting the final pyramid into it. And with that, you land on the platform. I never am able to land and hold on to the ladder. I'm not sure if that's even possible. But you land on the platform at the top and you just carry on. So that's the most recent kind of like updated movement and strategy in this entire thing right there. So up airs, if it doesn't jump into you, then just fall off the platform and up air it. Then up air that middle pyramid into the right pyramid. And then full hop, wall jump, no double jump. And then up B into the pyramid, the last pyramid spawning, land on the platform, and then just jump onto the ladder. Alright, now the pause glitch saves 9.5 to 10 seconds. I improved this recently so that it saves a little more time than before. It used to only save 8 seconds, but I've found ways to make it slightly faster by like 2 seconds. So no audio? I guess not. Sorry about that. I don't know why. So right here, kind of like the same position, like to the left. This is so that you have room in case you anticipate getting the pause glitch, so that you have room, because I have failed an IL attempt where I was a bit too much to the left, even though I did anticipate the pause glitch. So that's why being a bit more to the right, next to the middle of the platform, is important. Get the pause glitch. Same setup, full hop into the wall jump, but in this time, instead of doing that up B, it's using the double jump into a knee and hitting the final spawning pyramid into, or the first spawning pyramid in the air into the blast zone here. And as you can tell, the blast zone is like, when this pyramid died, it died here. That's because the blast zone is kind of concentrated in here. It's in a small box. It's a very weird box trigger. So that's why I'm able to gain a little more height than what you saw while going inside this this area of the fight. Landing on this, these are solid because they're closing in. They're a feature of the fight, so they are solid. And then we see that this last pyramid spawns in, and while this happens, wall jump off of the right wall, and then a little backflip double jump to land on the top, because they're moving and they have solid ceilings, so we're moving on top of those. And we skip the key, that's all the way to the left for in the breakable boxes, and then we have to jump a little bit back into the ground in order to hit the trigger to enter the horde fight. One more time, just the pause glitch, same start as it would be for ending the normal fight, but in this case, double jump knee. Strong knee is better than the weak knee, because the weak knee, I can't remember if it doesn't actually kill, or it's just slower for some reason. I found it to be slower for some reason. And then just up B into the right platform here. And then this is a crucial thing to remember. You can even get up here with a delayed double jump. You just have to double jump after the fight ends. If you double jump before, you will bonk. Or is it, am I saying it opposite? It might be the opposite. Actually, I think it might be the opposite. If you double jump too early before the fight ends, you bonk. But in this case, it looked like it was perfect, so I can't tell. It's one or the other. I don't really expect anyone watching this to do this, so. But it is currently what I'm doing in IOs in order to get that extra bit of time save to get 144 best theoretical time, which is just 10 seconds away, and this saves like 10 seconds. So on top of the extra time saved that I have in that IO record. Alright, last couple. It's probably like a 4-hour video almost, which I kind of expected, maybe. Alright, so now we have the last horde fight of Subspace. Instantly start running left from spawning in with Falcon. No particular second character, it doesn't really matter. If you want to play it safe, you can spawn in as DK if you'd like. DK is a pretty good option. And I actually messed with DK fight only here before, and it may save time, but it may overall lose time because you'd be spawning in from, you wouldn't have Captain Falcon preloaded from the previous area. Or DK, I mean. You would have Falcon preloaded, so I don't know. I messed with it and I found some interesting stuff, but I don't know if it will save overall time. So, but spawning in, rolling into the blast zone a little bit to get all the Auroros manipulated and just die. And then after the first set have kind of like died already, then I move towards the icons, the stocks. And then this Auroros would attack and just shield it, push you to the right a little bit. And having you push to the right here is very important so that the Primids that spawn here don't spawn and immediately attack you, because some of them can do that. So by doing this, getting pushed by that Auroros will allow you to, will make them have to like walk a small distance to you. So you can just constantly spam down smash while that's happening, which I do. The last one there for that Primid I sometimes delay because he spawns a bit closer, so normally he actually does attack, so that's why I kind of delay it, because if I were to just spam, my down smash would barely miss it, and if he's in attacking mode, I'll get hit. So it's just constant down smash spam, and then there'll be another scope Primid towards the end, and then run, dash attack the Tickens here, and then just down smash in between the Tickens and that scope Primid. Ends the fight nicely. So then right here, I normally don't ever really run all the way left and roll. I normally always stick in the middle for these next two waves and down smash. But I don't know. I just did something different. So in this, it's just down smash. Nothing too special. In this case of good RNG here, the best option for the Nagagogs, because before I thought, wow, getting a big mushroom while fighting Nagagogs is freaking terrible, but I realized doing down tilts is really good. So I didn't realize it until halfway into here. But if you don't get a big mushroom at this section, just down smash. Continue to down smash, just like the sword Primid previously. Yeah. With good RNG, I noticed, and I just started down tilting. Then right here, running to the right, the last wave that spawns Auroros at the start. Running right, just up air, double jump up air them. That will instantly start spawning in the sword Primids here. And then just down smashing them. And this is just pure luck. Having one of them try to attack me and stay here was just really lucky. I mean, if you can have this, this is like amazing timing. Because then I could just back air here, because there's one more scope Primid that spawns all the way to the left. And then I can just move to the right of this last sword Primid and down smash it, and it just lands there and puts me in the perfect position, because there's two Arminks that spawn in, and we just have perfect, I just have perfect position. So right here, the Arminks, I have a very set up kill for both of them. Very, very easy. You just land on either side, on the front side of them, just so that you have them careening into the blast zone quicker for death. So right here is a jump, full hop jump, double back air, and then once you land, you're holding right, and you just tap A. You can buffer it because of the buffer system. And then you don't even have to angle the F tilt, it just kills because of the range, luckily, when it's not hiding. So, same exact thing, just opposite direction for the left arm ank here. Double jump, back air into F tilt. Items can become a problem. In that case, if it does, then what you don't want to do is this F tilt at the end. You want to, it's tougher, it's much tougher, but I've done it many times before. But if I have an item that just shows up here at bad timing, luckily I got like the smoke ball that's pretty bouncy. But if I'm anticipating accidentally picking it up, I can turn around super quickly and go for a full hop early up air. It's really difficult timing, but it's possible. And that's the fight. Go over it again. Go to the left, be in the blast zone a little bit until the first waves of Ouroros are despawned. Go to the right a little bit, like just before the icons, I guess. Get pushed off by this Ouroros here. Start spamming down smash. Except for this last one. Maybe like delay a little bit. And then keep spamming down smash. Until this final scope pyramid comes by. Run and dash attack the Tickens in order to push him further enough to just get a one-shot kill on all of these enemies with the down smash. Ideally, just run back anywhere towards the middle. For these sword pyramids, I did all the way left. It doesn't really matter too much. Just down smash everything. And then if you don't get a big mushroom here, just same thing. Down smash, stay in the middle. You might get hit, you might have one or two of these things upgrade, it's not much of a problem. Drift to the right with double jump up air, kill Ouroros as quick as possible to get these sword pyramids out quickly. If you're try to actually F smash at least one of them, or down smash one of them to the left, because if you have good timing with the scope pyramid, it can just careen into it, and then you just need another enemy to careen into it. And then just be positioned on the frontal side of both arm anks, and then just full hop, double back air, F tilt, peak. If an item is in your way, remember to do the turnaround super early jump up air. Just hard to do, but yeah. Punch. Alright. After this, we have one more level, which has probably the most amount of stuff. Entrance to Subspace. So this has two fights before the long triple fight skip. But this is one of the more recent adaptations or optimizations of a level on an any percent level. So instead of doing the old Mennonite tornado strat into entering this fight, for the IL we do Fox, but in full runs I'd recommend doing DK, because DK has a more consistent strat than what I do here with Fox in the IL record. But anyway, spawning with Fox, just illusion over to this platform, and then a jump, super early illusion. And in order for this strat to really work, you kind of have to land super close to the ground in order to lessen the end lag. And then I want to go a bit to the right of this middle boomerang pyramid, F smash left, and hopefully get the back hit of my F smash from the boomerang pyramid into the right pyramid, and then I can just move right and do an up smash. So that's how to do it with Fox. But with DK, what I would recommend is doing one input of down B and then moving right a little bit into an up smash. That is what I would recommend for a full run. And right here, just dive so you're Meta Knight again. And then right here on this platform before the portal fight happens, just roll to the right. And then charging up down smash, the visual cue that I like to have is right when the icons kind of like tower intervenes with this little green speck. You'll see another kind of like green speck visual cue in the next level. And then I charge down smash, and if I was slightly earlier, I could fully charge it, but fully charged down smash, even the back hit, which is slightly stronger than the front hit, doesn't one-shot this portal. So you just do that charged down smash into another down smash, and then run, and then to the right, and then a nair here, and then a jumping nair, a rising nair, so that you're on, so that you're in the air in order to get your glide started. And then there's fights here, but you just skip them, which I highly recommend. Yeah, pretty basic. All right, last level. That's pretty cool. Fight 1. I think this has actually the most amount of pause glitches. Every fight has a potential pause glitch that saves time. I think it might be the only level where it has 3 pause glitches that could save time. Lakeshore, I mean, 2 different versions with 2 different characters, but not 3. Alright, anyway. This is the no pause glitch. So, entering the fight with Kirby, avoid the Buculus by jumping early, and then down being into the fight with Kirby. The trigger is slightly like in between these platforms and the bottom platform here. So F smash these fire pyramids into these specs. That's why you saw me go back a little bit to F smash it. They won't one shot though, but normally they'll follow you and aggro you if they get damaged anyway like this, so you just keep F smashing everything and that stuff. And then I'm charging an F smash here. What I should have been doing is an up smash, because F smash sends at a diagonal angle, whereas up smash sends at an upwards angle. And because we're at a high elevation in this fight, the upward ceiling blast zone is pretty close by, so that's why up smash is a lot more ideal here. So if you get to this point in time, because it's all kind of like timed, because if you kill every other enemy, you have enough time to reach this platform. If not, then you're killing everything while this Armite is coming by you down here. But if you are able to kill everything in time and reach this top platform, charge an up smash instead. Set F smash sends diagonal. Alright. So now the pause glitch. Make sure I'm recording. Or not recording, my voice can be heard. I have to like make sure every half hour or so. So this, I don't go for this in runs. This is another one of those that is just so stupid. Like, I don't know how to really properly explain it, but the visual cue is just, I don't really know, just when Kirby's feet looks like it's around. And it also depends on kind of the specs RNG movement, but kind of like jump all the way back to the top and then up B I lead them into the blast zone because it's kind of also boxed again here. As you saw, it is boxed, but for some reason it's not all the way boxed, so that's why I'm able to surpass it on the left side here. And then everything on the bottom is dead. These two die from the top. The Armite, even though it feels like it's pretty decently close by, it dies too. I think we can hear it. Okay, barely not, but it
There.
despawns. Such a weird pause glitch. I never go for it. It doesn't make much sense, so we're just gonna ignore that. Alright. Fight 2. So this is another one of those green spec visual cues, but this is the not pause glitch one. So right here, what I do, I always recommend this one because this pause glitch saves the most time out of any pause glitch currently. So that is why I am set up on the right side. So while the autoscroller is going on and about to enter the second fight here, jump on this platform, roll the left. Make sure Kirby's facing right. And there's the attempt at the pause glitch. And in this case, it doesn't matter what direction I was facing, but up air the scope pyramid here, and then drift back to the middle of the stage, then just smash attack the auto lance. And then there's two of them, so just keep smash attacking the auto lance, and then normally these sets of pyramids on the left would be last, so just back air them pretty much. Then there's this one, and then I think that's it. Yeah, just back air the leftward spawning pyramids, and start drifting right. I was anticipating another one, but that felt like that was it. So up air the starting pyramid, and then just smash attacking the auto lance. F smashing left because it sends at a good angle to kill whatever pyramid's in the way here, and then back airs for these last ones. Alright, so this saves the most potential time, other than obviously saving yourself with Yoshi for the Lakeshore, but that's just crazy improbable ever doing that in the run. This one, however, is not. So the visual cue here might be a bit difficult for me to properly mention because the way how my visual cues look when I'm doing a real run on my television is different than the recording because of the TV borders are slightly more the resolution is slightly more inside, if you get what I mean. Like my border, my TV is like right here, probably like right here, something like that. So discussing some of these visual cues that are based on the very side of the TV is a bit hard to discuss, but yeah. So here is the second one based on specs, like this green spec here. This middle one right here. When I'm looking at my border on my TV, I'm waiting for that to pass before pressing pause. But as you can tell from the raw recording, it's a bit further than that. So if you are doing it from probably an emulator that would have the same borders and resolution, wait a tiny bit, and then same setup as before, but this one requires a little bit of the strict timing because you want to avoid the auto lance aggroing you, so you want to go insanely quick. So that's why in the few frames of the pause glitch, I platform drop up air this scope pyramid. And if I was slightly slower, this auto lance would target me and the pause glitch, or the fight wouldn't end. So right here, do one jump and SD. It's that simple. Jump, SD. And that gives me the perfect time to spawn in right after the fight ends, right next to the door. And normally it's common sense that if you die with a character and you spawn back in and you enter a load zone or like another area through a door, that loses time because your character isn't that loaded in currently. I think the only exception with this is Kirby, because I have timed. There's another method where I do all of his 6 jumps and up B to land on this platform so just after it spawns. Because right now, like I've mentioned, this is not solid because it's not a part of the fight. So it's not solid until the fight ends. But there was a strat before where you would do all of Kirby's 6 jumps, up B, and then right as he's right here, the fight would end, and then this platform would be solid, and then go into the door. I try not to be the same as just dying with Kirby, so I think Kirby's the only exception to that kind of death to load to door entry kind of conspiracy. And then literally within frames, just spawn right in front of the door, and that's it. So that saves. That's one of the more impractical, or the most practical ones to go for. That save a ton of time. All right, almost done. So this fight, we start off climbing some spawned-in stairs. Here you want to jump onto this golden platform here and run all the way to the right edge. You don't want to start jumping to activate the fight as soon as possible. And this is because you want to get behind this Gamaga. And when Gamaga spawn, you have a little bit of time to actually go inside of them and just go into the opposite side of them, actually. So right here, utilize that to our advantage in order to jump up very high on the opposite side, because if I were to attack it on the left side, the Tickens on the same platform would be aggroed and bother me and hit me while I'm attacking the Gamaga here. So now it's just a double hammer. Do a double jump, or do 2 jumps after the first hammer in order to kill it, because you want to attack the head first. The head does it has like it does the damage throughout the enemy's model. And then if you're lucky, you could have one of the Tickens just fall to its death like that, or it could just come crashing down onto you, which would suck. But yeah, normally you want to just F smash, and then the next Tickens that spawn in, just hammer. Hammer kills them, all 3 of them. Alright, hello Wario, bye Wario. Alright, last one to discuss, and then we're done. I don't think I missed anything, even though there are technically some that aren't showing of slight maybe optimizations. They are just not really recommended or practical in a run for that reason. So this one is another weird death warp pause glitch. So right here, instead of running to the right side of the golden platform here, we're actually rolled onto the ledge, the left ledge, and then we jump. And then my visual cue for doing this, I never do in a run because it's going the opposite direction of the normal way of the fight. And so if I actually don't get the pause glitch here while doing this, kind of have to target the Tickens first, while the Gamaga could potentially snipe me and have a lot of knockback away from the fight. But visual cue here is like within the platform, Kirby halfway within the platform, something like that. So this one's a very odd one. So just holding left the whole time until landing on this platform just above this golden platform. Standing on the ledge, doing a short hop. This is very specific, by the way. Doing a short hop, and then right after the peak, doing a jump, and then right after the peak of the double jump, I believe, start holding left, and that will hit the blast zone. And just as the fight ends, spawning in with Fox, probably like a frame or two after. I mean, you wouldn't spawn in as Fox in a full run. I'm just saying that because it's an NG Plus like emulator testing of when I was initially implementing pause glitches. But you'd spawn as Kirby, but you would spawn here and the fight would end. So it's just it's just a weird set of moves. Because if I'm any further, it doesn't really matter. It's just this because they're far away enough to despawn. This is just solely for timing to just spawn back to the top right as soon as the fight ends. So it's just very specific jumps and timings, and then dying,
Nice.
and then just dying. All right. Okay. That was very nice. I've always wanted to do an analysis of subspace of some type. I wanted to do an analysis of my record actually, but I just did not really see much of a reason. I don't know if anyone really cared to look at an analysis of a record, mainly because, I mean, time saves would probably be apparent, and it would turn attention away from like watching the commentated version of the record, which I would really like more people to do so. But yep, that's all the that's all of the fights that currently aren't skippable, with some exceptions. All right. If I ever do another analysis, it might be of the current record. But yeah, glad to get this done for the document. I will have this pinned in the comments as well as description if you watching this would like to view this, though I don't know how much of use this could be other than going to a certain specific fight. I'll have timestamps of all the fights, or not all the fights, but all the levels in chronological order for the video that you possibly may have skipped around in. But I'll link this for the specific fights as well, in case anyone watching wants to just learn a specific fight. So yeah, I hope this was helpful. Spending probably nearly 4 hours, I don't know, on breaking down the sections of the run that most people kind of just don't pay attention to. So yeah, I feel like movement and stuff is a lot easier to grasp. It's just people never, unless they're at top level, never really paid attention to what to do and how to do fights optimally, because there are tons of fights that we don't skip. Because the game is not all about skipping ever since we added fight skips in early 2017. But yeah, that's it. That's the locked fight analysis. Hopefully you enjoy getting the information out of the speedrun document that this was linked on, and do runs, ask questions, and enjoy playing the game. So yeah, thank you for, if you even came just for one single fight, thank you for coming and watching that one fight and learning. Hopefully this is helpful in the future in some way. All right, thanks for watching.